Welcome back to Blue Otter Ruby. So we got grand finals today, and we just threw together a quick stream to make sure this was covered. As you saw, it is not BOL Gold, but we're having a little bit of trouble with our stream assets. With me today will be Mr. Lean. How are you doing?
Oh, I'm doing pretty good. I'm excited to get a look at what's hopefully a very short series today. Because if I'm up till 2 in the morning, I'm gonna throw a fit.
I agree.
And it's always draft keeping me up. I swear to God, man, I never get a break from these guys.
But we do got a good one. We got the Kittens versus Imperials, and you know, it's pretty much the first seed and the third seed of Ruby, and it goes to show that these two teams are pretty solid. And I hope it doesn't go 5, but I feel like there's a chance it's not just a sweep.
I feel like that's a pretty. Set in stone that it's not going to be a sweep. I'm looking at the other side of the draft here on red side. I see the Press R comp is coming out with the Victor, the Amumu, and the Poppy. Looks like they're really planning on doing some of that team fights, but let's take a look on the other side of the draft. Gwen, Mel, Sivir, Hui. I'm not gonna lie, these people are very adept at coming up with team comps that just seem just outright annoying to deal with.
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely a high damage comp, but it just doesn't feel like if they fall behind, they're just gonna get wiped. Especially against like a Mumu and Tristana, they could just play like a meatball comp, and honestly, the third champion they just play a super tank. Just make sure this Tristana could just free hit the entire time. The only thing that they do have to worry about is like a Mel jumping to your backline. Or
Mel
not Mel,
jumping
sorry,
back.
Gwen.
I was about to say, we're talking about the same champion, right? But
Yeah, she
they did
got
just pick
reworked.
they did just B5 Wukong as well. So Gwen Wukong is some very nasty backline dive, and the Rakan is going to relieve some of that, being able to knock up and charm with his ultimate. So I mean, there's ways to deal with it. I like you said though, I would have rather a little bit of a bit of a big super tank, something to draw that pressure off, maybe like a Shen or something. Let Poppy handle engaging and picking people with
Well,
Wall Bash or
the
her
minute
ult.
you pick Shen, you're getting rid of the Gwen, most likely, unless you're taking that Gwen jungle.
Oh no, I meant on red side. Excuse me.
Oh, on red side.
Yeah,
Eh,
because Amumu is likely going to be aiming to go in right with the
yeah,
Poppy
yeah.
on that point, and while Rakan, it's going to be able to knock up and charm. He might be, could be a little messy if the execution isn't right. Whereas Shen, you press E and taunt people. It's really if you miss that, then well, can win with great friends.
True. I do want to see which team just kind of takes the first game. I think the first game is very important just in general. It builds a lot of momentum in terms of who's going to be in the driver's seat to uh, have the momentum going into game 2. Obviously, a series that starts 1-0 and maybe comes 1-1, then we see like the possibility of a good 5-game series. But if it ends up a 1-0 or like the second game or first game just is a complete wash and one team just gets absolutely destroyed, then it definitely destroys some mental. So I want to see both teams have a good first game, and so it'll kind of drive it to the point where both teams feel like they are still in a good spot to win the entire thing.
Absolutely, because the very little mistakes and very little things can thank you, Corey, for ruining my train of thought. Anyway, the first game in a set of 5 is always kind of like you said, the pace setter. Kind of understand, like, all right, this is how the series is going to play out. And plus, sometimes, different versions of your players show up on each day. One of them might be a little bit more anxious and they stop playing as well. So you have to either adapt to that with picks or try and talk them out of it. The pressure can get to people, even in a beer league such as this. Some people place a lot of value and emphasis on performing in these, so it'll be interesting to see if someone gets in their head and is able to come out of it, or if the bad vibes are enough to sink them the entire night.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen people get like tilted for like a week for like losing like a finals or semifinals. So
Mhm.
I for sure know that some people are gonna take this loss to heart, or if they win, they're gonna ride that high for a couple days at least.
Yeah, especially if it's like a clean 3-0, like those are the kind of the best types to have in a series
I
because
mean, I
you feel
I
confident,
disagree with that one. I
What
think
do
I
you
think
mean?
it's better um to win and like because I don't know if you get to a game five and it's just like this is for all the marbles. One, it feels a lot more rough if you lose it, and two, if you win that game five, then just like everything just collapses. It's like, oh my god, we did it, kind of thing. Whereas a sweep is just like, you know, another day at the office.
I mean, I get it, but like honestly, with these, like these series already start at 8 o'clock, and a solid 3-game series will take you to like 11 too. There's definitely a time factor into it. Every time, I've always been a little happy, no matter what best of five I've been. It's always been a 3-0 one way or the other. Um,
Oh,
with the
that's
exception
crazy.
of, except one. I think that was what was it, season 4? No, it wasn't with you, Corey. Stop yapping in my ear. It was with 3-0 because we 3-2'd NSG Black back in season 4.
Oh, are you sure that was?
I'm 100% sure. I remember that series very, very well.
Gotcha. Yeah, well, that was a decent one. But I do like overall. Okay, so just going by these comps, one, there's a lot of ways that we see both sides can play this. One, we have one side that's going to try to just keep on going all in,
Hmm.
and one side that wants to kind of play more skirmish with the Gwen Wukong and um, just having a backline that could do a ton of damage. The problem is for that backline is that they're gonna just not have block peel. So a lot of this game is gonna rely on Bait Caution to get ahead early and create a massive threat to the game where it feels like all your damage on the Victor, the Tristana needs to go on to Bait Caution first on this Gwen, or it just might be chalked. But if this Gwen falls behind or they're just not able to get the damage off that they need, then I feel like it's easy pickings for just being able to go in on the Rakan with quickness and maybe with the Moo ult and then the Curse of the Sad Mummy. You're just looking at a lot of stacking CC that I don't think that the blue comp can handle that kind of CC on the backline.
Yeah, I'd agree. It's definitely honestly, I'd say the way that blue side has to deal with this, they have to try and get a lead as a little bit of an early on that top side of the map. Ideally, in Gwen and Mel, if you get Gwen and Wukong, is just as good. I feel like the important thing is to really get the Gwen ahead, because
Yeah,
going against Poppy as well. I believe that's a little bit of a rough matchup for her. Correct me if I'm wrong on the Gwen, I
yeah.
should
I
say.
mean, it is because of the dash of Gwen.
Hmm.
So the Poppy pick is more for the team fights. Obviously, it's still going to be really rough for a Poppy to just complete straight up a trade against a Gwen later on. Your W's down for X amount of time, and Gwen's CD will be a lot faster. So eventually, the side lane is going to get kind of bad. But early game to mid game, you're fine as a Poppy, but at some
Yeah.
point, you're going to have to look to try to make plays as a team instead of trying to just match this sideways.
Yeah, exactly. Because you. All right. Well, enough yapping from us. We'll go ahead and send it to break because Corey keeps complaining in my ear. We'll go ahead and start the spectator delay for the game, and we'll see you guys next here on Blue Water 3.
Yeah, welcome back. And we are finally in game one, and this is the start of a best of 5 between. Uh-oh. Well, kept on flashing. I was going to have a seizure, but we're finally live with the game one, and we already have some shenanigans as you see the red side is pile onto the bot, trying to look for some easy fights, but on the flip side, we see they don't want anymore, and this is looking for a vision fight, I think. I think we're going to see two teams just looking for some vision, some information just to get through the early game. What do you think, Lean? Good play, bad
I'm
play?
I'm thinking it's a good play. It is hilarious to me. They're all on different sides of the map. I definitely think that each team had the same idea, and they're just like meh, and now they're kind of like roaming around trying to check where they're at. It looks like they're gonna make it out relatively unscathed. Of course, they now see that they were doing that.
Yeah, and on the left side we do have Imperials. On the right side we do have the Kittens. And for the Kittens side, they did get a little bit of vision down, but overall it wasn't a lot, in my
Yeah.
opinion. Like I feel like they could have gotten a little bit more to see where Wukong is gonna path. Instead, they just got a little bit on the tri-bush. On the flip side, we're seeing pings out on the chickens as Jake actually started that and is gonna, path
Oh, he's a
bottom
green.
with all this.
Well, he's actually going to path top first, and I think look for a level 3 based off of that because they are pinging out his camp order. Although, oh, I take it back. He
I don't.
went
I don't think so.
Raptors
It's
into oh, okay. I
so
sorry. I think he's going to red buff. I understand what he did now. He
yeah,
goes Raptors, Krugs, and then goes down to red, and then path spot. Okay.
yeah, exactly. Um, the idea of it is just like, especially starting with the E, which I believe Jake did. You start with E, and then you path to the Krugs, and then you take that, and then you path to right and path down. And that way you have your blue buff on your a lot longer, so you don't run out of mana, and you can either look for a gank and full clear again, or, you know, you reset.
I absolutely
And
see that. Okay. My stream just went black. Great. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Yeah. In other news, we are starting a GoFundMe to help our producer transition from a laptop back to a desktop computer because this is insufferable. So
Yeah.
anyway.
Swedish Pancakes is going to take a fight in the mid lane, and Kumi is going to trade back, but Swedish Pancakes is going to get a little bit better of a trade there. But in the bot side, we do have Death and Raikou, just getting some vision on who's blue side. But Jake does spot it out, just going to clear that. But it's all the information that was needed. And right now, we do have Raikou and Death sitting a little bit low on mana, while Lambo and Giggle do have a lot of mana left.
Yeah, and looking at this trade mid lane here, I guess I'll go away from that as well.
We're going bot lane, and Exhaust actually used almost immediately, and Death is going to take a lot. It's going to take Ignite. That's going to be a jump in from Lambo. It's going to get the kill, but it's going to be traded back. It's going to be one back for the Sivir. Both AD carries take a kill for themselves, and Giggle is actually just trying to trade back to Raikou, but T-Wayne is here to try to get something else going, but as they do know, Jake is on the bot side farming his jungle, so 1-for-1 overall. The benefit is Lambo did get the first blood, but Raikou is currently up in CS. He's going to be able to get this push in and get a good back in, while Lambo was able to get, components, just a long sword, a dagger, and I'm going to think Raikou is going to get a pretty solid buy-in with about 1350 in their bank account.
Yeah, that seems about right. We'll see what he pulls up here real quick as he looks like making the trek back to base. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think Tristana did lose that wave, possibly 2 waves. I think she was there to catch the second one that was going into the turret, but she definitely is going to be down CS. It looks like at about.
Oh, we got Jake ganking the top side. Caution's going to be caught while dashing past, and Caution's going to just take a decent amount of damage, but Jake does not. Oh, choose a pursue. Gumi is going to take a decent amount of damage, but it's not going to be caught up by the snare, and looks like it's going to. Okay, well, Gumi's just taking a lot more damage. Now they're playing with fire a little bit as they're sitting sub 100 HP.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a worthwhile gank there. If this is one of my solo queue games, the mid laner would have already left the game and getting ganked by the support 4.5 minutes in, but that's okay. Looks like Victor's taking it back now. Down 4 CS, not a bad position to be. Hui's walking back to lane as well. It looks like we may see some action bot lane as T-Wayne paths here toward his Raptors, inevitably either down to Drake or to try and see if they can get something in on Lambo and Giggle.
Yeah, the problem is, though, if he's pathing bot, the grubs are coming up, and you have a Tristana on the other side who can actually just destroy turrets. And we do see a pretty solid buy from Raikou as, looks like they're going to be trying to build towards the Intel while the arrows. And,
Yeah, that does seem.
Always a good item.
Yeah, it looks like T-Wayne's hopping on the dragon now. He W'd over the wall. It looks like what they've identified is that it's they want to play more bot side focused, especially since Raikou does have a little bit of a lead there. And the argument could be made that maybe you don't want to give the Amumu the resistance in that mountain.
Yeah, they do have full prio on the bot side with the Mel Sivir comp, and with the priority mid that there's going to be a free dragon, and that's still a lot of damage on the Kumi. Kumi's still level 5, while Swedish Pancakes is level 6, so Kumi does have to be a little bit careful, as you know, an all-in from Swedish Pancakes can just either spell the flash being used and then losing minions under tower, or just a death.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not an enviable position to be in. Look at top lane here. It looks like Toddy and Giggle.
You know, Big Caution actually just missed the full stack snip, and that would have done a lot of damage to Toddy. But Toddy, you know, is trading back a little bit, and does have 2 biscuits in their pocket. But Big Caution is looking for the all-in, and you know, just use the ultimate from Toddy to try to get this.
That double knockup coming in. Mel's dead.
Lambo's just gonna get the kill right here, but no, Giggle gets out the ignite, but another reset on the jump. Lambo is just gonna go. Oh nope, they opt to actually just go back and get the wave, and I think that was a correct decision, as you know, that was a decent amount of minions on the tower, but actually I think it was a little bit too late. So they could have pursued and tried to get that kill, but we do got a little tussle top side. Toddy might be not long for this world. The snip is used, but it's not gonna do a lot of damage.
Out of mana. Oh, yep, here comes the Mumu. Oh, boy!
Oh, okay. The Advantage toss lands on the T-Wayne. Was able to use the Curse of the Sad Mummy, and Vey Cautious feels very, very betrayed by their own Wukong.
That was just a case of bad timing. Okay, that might have not been the move either. Now you don't have Flash.
I think that was the ultimate bait. There's no way Toddy was just shopping on that area, but that's a Flash used by T-Wayne.
Yeah, so, that was definitely a good bait by Toddy. Glad to see it in that instance. It kind of shows that he is paying attention and trying to keep as much about this as he can. I appear to have lost here. Hang on. Looking at this.
There we go.
Mel's mid again.
Yeah, and you know, I've seen roaming supports before, but not no supporting mid. But I see what their idea is. A Sivir can pretty much clear very easily underneath their tower, and we got another tussle on the top side as Toddy and Vey Caution are just going at it once again.
Look at him! Like, look at that damage that Toddy's doing to him.
Yeah,
he's actually winning these trades now.
Yeah, Toddy's going to win most of these trades, I think, until the Nashor's Tooth is complete, and then we're going to see a little bit of issue, but we just got it full all-in. Death is going to take the explosive charge onto their forehead, and they're going to be taken down to about 25% HP, but they will not see Death, as Raku was in the area to try to, you know, trade back, but good all-in by Giggle Lambo is going to force Mel back, or at least make them play passive in lane.
Yeah, absolutely. It is, you know, it is a very stereotypical reaction to, whoops. Okay. It is a very stereotypical reaction to immediately lose a 2v2, then go mid lane. So it's always fun to see. It looks like we have another exchange breaking out in the top lane. Yeah. Look at that damage. The level up in the middle of the fight.
Toddy's taking a lot of damage from Needlework, and he's just was disrespectful, and Needlework just absolutely just cut down Toddy. So that's a kill going back to Vey Caution. Jake on the bot side will miss the bandage toss, so it's going to be a trade up the top side, and now you're looking at the Gwen that's going to just try to take this lead that she's getting for herself, and it's going to start getting very, very rough for Toddy once this Nashor's Tooth is completed, and then eventually a Rift Maker.
Yeah, agreed. You know, he had the trades out originally. I think he probably told himself he could probably win that fight, and if I'm being real with you, I would have done the same thing too, so I get it. He has to be careful though to not snowball this Gwen, right? So she's only up by a little bit, 4 CS and a kill's worth of gold. He can still stabilize this lane, but he cannot go down 0-2. If he goes down 0-2, that Gwen is going to be a problem in the side lane, and the exact thing that they don't want to happen with Toddy being pulled out of fights is going to happen.
Yeah, so I think he overestimated, because he stayed a little bit longer, allowing Vey Caution to get the Conqueror stacks and also getting a full Needlework to Toddy's face, and Toddy probably could have won that fight if he played a little bit slower and let his abilities come back up, and you know, play a little bit more of a skirmish type instead of you know, just trying to full all-in auto attack Vey Caution. But we still do have a good lead in the bot side for Lambo in terms of CS. And in mid lane, Swedish Pancakes is getting the better of Kumi as a 20 CS lead for this way.
That's not what you want to see for a Hui too, especially as the long range starts getting into more in play, especially with Sivir around as well. They can Quay, Sivir, and Mel can dap you up from a distance, and then once you're sufficiently low enough, they send in Gwen and Wukong to do the rest of the damage, provided that Gwen joins team fights. It's definitely a rough position to be in. Here's yet another fight top lane.
Yeah, so Jake actually just took the 6 grubs, so it's going to be a 6 grubs on the Tristana, and it's going to, a little bit of time. Oh, Swedish Pancakes might get caught out here, and that's going to be a bandage toss. It actually goes over, catches Swedish
That was
Pancakes with the flash,
predicted.
and that's going to be a kill going over to Kumi. That was a very good prediction by Jake, and looks like they're going to actually be able to contest this dragon, but on the flip side, Maykosh and Toddy are going at it once again. Needlework coming out. Needlework is going to still do a little bit of damage for the second part. This is actually Toddy opts to just ult them out. We have to fight bot side as the Cyclone does come out. Is just going to be trying to use disengage as Death is almost dead. Reku,
Oh boy, here we go.
Going a little bit more forward, and Jake just sitting in the corner was just ready with the bandage toss. Reku doesn't have any mana and will go down as well. So not just 6 grubs, they're going to be able to secure a couple kills on the bot side, and then eventually this dragon. So very, very solid fight by the Kittens, and they're going to force Death to get out. And unfortunately, this Mel pick is not looking too hot as they're not getting anything going. They weren't able to get a lot of pressure in the lane, and if Giggle just actually just took that cannon, and I would be raging right now.
I'm sure you would. Another thing to talk about for top lane as well. Toddy went in and got that solo kill there. Now the Mel's down about 15 CS. Not the Mel, excuse me, the Gwen. So
Gwen. Toddy got though.
Okay.
That goes back to Gwen.
What are you doing, man? Just go back. Like, why? You killed her. We go to base already?
The bow strat, but it was a good fight. That time, Toddy was able to kind of play it out, and a lot of the new work missed on the initial fight, so I believe that's why Toddy was able to get that kill and do get a pause. And, this is a 5-game series, so I hope this pause is fast. I would be very
I want to, just as a reminder for everyone, if they pause the entire game, I don't know what to tell you. Stream's over. No, I'm kidding, but we'll have to see what's going on here.
Yeah, it looks like maybe they want to chrono break it.
Do we have access to that? The voices in my head are telling me we do not have access to chrono break. So unfortunately, if there is a bug, we will not be able to fix it. If we have to restart the game, I think, well, you'll see me in the news tomorrow. So we'll go ahead and just kind of hold out here. You know what? Let's talk about this. So Kittens has it looks like a 2.6k gold lead, 6 grubs. They have a dragon. So I'm thinking, they should already have feats, right? Thankfully, Riot hasn't updated the game UI to actually follow that just yet, so I'm just grasping at straws, pulling it out of my you-know-what. The game has continued, and now we're going back to Giggle running at Death with, looks like with a dog with a bone.
Yeah, it's gonna back to this fight. I mean, we already have a 2.5k gold lead, and I think we're gonna get the spec issue, which is so funny. It's like I don't know how they just haven't fixed this. And how many years? Probably has been 3 years at this point. 2
Yeah,
years,
the spectator client is quite literally duct tape and bubble gum, because the stuttering issue isn't even something that's caused by a person's computer. Despite my earlier flame at our producer, I have been ordered by our Grand Overlord to mutter in an apology, and that I appreciate him immensely. With that being said, however, it looks like 200 years of game development experience are not enough to code an actually watchable match viewing experience. But that's okay. They're only an indie company.
Yeah, the top side, Toddy finished the Sunder's guy, so it's very tanky, and National's complete, but just getting a couple kills and a lot more CS on Toddy, it's just making this lane a lot more bearable. Fortunately, the kill earlier did not set him back enough, because he was able to outplay, getting a kill back for himself and getting a large CS lead in during that time. So Toddy putting himself in a good spot. The quickness coming out from Rakan, and we're gonna see them with the grand entrance, and looks like get the Curse of Sad might be coming out, and there it is. Reku will not get caught out, but T-Wayne is probably gonna go down to explosive charge, but on tread back, Giggle does not die. Oh, never mind. Mel for the win. That's why we picked her.
That's why I pick Mel. We press R, we win the fight. That's how this works. You know, you pick Syndra, you have the good old outplay button, as I like to call it. Looks like Toddy's going for the old proxy game here, so we do have some of the Baus in our finals.
I actually like this idea from Toddy, because for him to get CS, he's gonna have to. Oh no!
What is he doing? All right.
Lambo thought the advantage toss was gonna hit, so preemptively jumped, and unfortunately, advantage toss missed. So they just inted, have to use the barrier and the flash. So Jake actually is just gonna get a free kill back. So
I feel it,
that was
but like
a lot of shenanigans going on.
Yeah, that's twice now that someone from Kittens has gotten caught. I'm sorry, 3 times now. You'll have to excuse me. That someone from Kittens has been caught doing something where they just got a little bit greedy and probably should have backed off. Of course, you know the whole proxying thing. Oh, he missed. He might actually be dead here. Victor doesn't come.
Toddy's definitely dead here.
Yeah.
You just when you proxy, sometimes overstay your welcome, and a big part of proxying is you have to have your jungler either ready to invade the bot side to at least take away from the jungler, or you have to make sure the jungler's top side, so you could always have someone to return to. And fortunately that time that's going to be a dead Toddy, and we got a bot side fight. It was Lambo and Raikou going at it, but for Lambo, Lambo just takes a crap ton of damage in return, and they're just going to go down as they thought they were just going to win that fight, but unfortunately the Sivir,
correct me if I'm wrong, generally it's not a good idea to rocket jump into the enemy's minion wave and fight them, but
it's not just that though. When you don't have any sums and you don't think looks like Raikou's gonna try to trade back. The barrier does come out, but I think Kumi's just gonna clean this one up, and that's a flash for Kumi. I don't think he needed to use that, but does it just to ensure the kill.
There is definitely a what we would call reckless abandon on the side of Kittens. They're kind of just playing full pedal to the metal, balls to the wall, and kind of whatever happens, happens, which I can respect. The fact of the matter is, though, their top laner would be 1-1-1, and their bot laner would be 2-2 and 4. There's a few deaths here that just didn't need to happen that don't have to give gold to the people it shouldn't. Because now Toddy, he might be able to still keep winning this fight. It looks like he will.
I believe he should be able to still win. I like the way he's playing right now. He's literally looking for this skirmish. Big caution does go for the all in the needlework, doing a lot of damage. We won't see what's happening top anymore because the mid lane, Flambeau is going to get killed. But Toddy is going to be able to clean up this kill probably as
Yeah, if Gwen had Riftmaker, she probably wins that fight differently, but obviously the Nashers is the most important first item for her.
And that's exactly why Toddy is now winning this fight, is because he's playing it slow. He took the trade first and allowed Vay Caution to try to get the trade back, and playing towards his cooldowns, and he was able to win it just barely, but it makes all the difference.
Absolutely, and there's a lot of solid damage coming out between the Victor and Kumi right now. Kumi's basically been able to take the CS lead that the Hui has and say, like, you know what, man, that doesn't matter. I have 4 kills, I have a shutdown, and I have my completed Ludens, and you just stuck on that. And you're just stuck on your little Blackfire. While I also have a Blasting Rod, like, Victor's gonna be all right. It's actually funny to me that the Hui is down a level because of the shenanigans as well.
Yeah, and obviously I do favor the Kittens comp a lot more. They have a lot more engaged. They have a lot more tools to play with versus what Imperials have.
Agreed.
But yeah,
Imperials gives me a very 1-3-1 kind of vibe with how they're wanting to do it. They want Mel, Sivir, and Wukong to kind of deathball it a little bit in the mid lane. So with that in mind, they're coming out. Oh, wow, take a look at a fight here. T-Wayne goes in, gets Tristana ulted out, it looks like. Gets the other knock up here. Lambo goes down. Khan goes down, too, to the Mel ult. And, yeah, there we go again. There goes bot turret as well. I believe that's the first turret on the map for the side of Imperials. And now I've been left by myself for a few minutes here. It's just you, me, and the unfortunate voices in my head. Here comes a trade out mid lane. Swedish Pancakes losing the fight to the Victor. I've also lost my screen. I'm swapping to the next one. Hui goes down, killed by the Victor. Hui gets the ult off. Not much to do about it, though. Looks like Gwen and Wukong are rotating over mid to try and clean up that kill. The Rift Herald came out bot lane, took out the inner turret as well. The unsuspecting Victor and his environment is flashed upon by the Wukong. He is smited by the Wukong and is killed by the Gwen.
And I'm here to help you out. It looks like Bully's having some technical issues as well. We're just absolutely on the ball today here at Blue Otter League. Liam, this has been a good game, and we have so much action to come as the
Ooh.
Amumu gets the Amumu things done. All right. That was a wonderful ultimate coming out from Jake. The BD Lambo comes forward and goes for the kill, but it doesn't quite get secured. Raikou forced to burn the barrier, but Death gonna get... Ooh, knocked up. Down goes Lambo. Giggle getting turned on. Mel is just a good champion, boys and girls.
Certainly, there's no problem with her at all. With that being said, though, the momentum of this game has kind of swapped a little bit. Oh, there goes Amumu going in again.
Yep.
T-Wayne goes down.
That's a dead Amumu. Oh, no, it's not a dead Amumu. That's a dead Wukong. And, this game...
Good to know. The Monkey King and a kid wrapped in bandages look similar.
Yeah, honestly. Over here just trying to play my game of Pokemon TCG Live, and I get a DM that's just like, hey, I have to go. Something's breaking.
Oh, good. It happens. You know, I missed the gold cast earlier this week because of technical issues. So you know what? It's not that big of a surprise, but hey, it's gold.
For sure. I do enjoy the choice here from the side of from the blue team to decide and go for the mid tower instead of trying to contest the Otacon off tempo. It definitely gets them in a position where they can play the game again. But my God, is Draft full of fighting.
Look at this. See, this is what we're kind of talking about as well. Now Gwen does have the Nashers and the Riftmaker, so she's going to be able to do a lot more of healing. Now, of course, if 3 people show up, you're probably going to lose, even though she's healing an immense amount. There you go. All right. I think Poppy...
to take that Gwen down.
That's what I'm kind of saying, right? You have to be careful with how much gold you're giving her, even if you are trading back. She is down 36 CS with 5 deaths and 2 items, and she was still able to cut through Toddy. Now, keep in mind, he doesn't have any resistances either besides the lone null magic mantle, so, like, meh. But, like, also in the same vein, you have to be careful, because it's not like she isn't going to continue to scale and whatnot. That's part of what her strength is as well. She does have a little bit of strength on the scaling side.
Yeah,
So, the longer this game goes on...
Is it the middle? Snip does true damage?
I believe so. I admit I haven't played Gwen in years. Oh, you might be thinking it's set, actually. So yeah, the middle cone of Set's W does true damage. With that being said, though, Gwen is just a monster churning out damage when she needs it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, especially with the Riftmaker now online. We're at 2 items per side there, despite feeling a little bit weaker than Gwen at this 2-item spike. The Poppy actually is still ahead in items. Toddy's team has been getting global presence, but they're hanging on tight from the blue team on in this game. As we have the Dragon actually coming up shortly here, you see Red side getting onto that objective first, but Sivir's going to meet the wave beforehand. That's going to give them some priority and give them a entrance through the river so they can maybe have a more spread out team fight that doesn't rely on getting caught in choke points with the wombo of Rakan, Amumu, Victor.
Yeah, agreed. Imperials being able to half health Tristana right before they're setting up for Dragon is good. They exit through the top side. There's a TP here. Oh boy. Do you remember how I said get caught in choke points? You got caught on the exit, my friend. Here come the ults and the fight started.
Yeah, as Toddy actually goes down here, Giggle going to not live for very long. In the back though, look at what happened here. Oh! The Tristana didn't actually secure the kill, and that's going to be a return kill over for Death. Death's still alive over here. Very cautious, trying to take on the 1v3 here. It is a Gwen, so if he doesn't get CC chains, it's entirely possible he gets the flash out. Is he going to survive, though? No, he's not. Jake is going to secure that kill with the ticking damage from that Leandri's Torment, and that is going to be a 5 for 3 for the side of the Kittens, right?
That is Kittens, correct.
Okay,
so,
yes.
Imperials are blue team, Kittens are red team, and it will flip next game. However, the fact of the matter is, though, is that what Kittens wanted to accomplish with their draft is being accomplished. They are getting these fights that they need. Toddy had a fantastic TP there to get right in the back and knock someone in, giving Rakan the in, giving Amumu the in. It just scaled out from there. Probably may have been a better choice to exit down as opposed to the side. Correct me if I'm wrong, but they may have had someone at that point. So it seems like if they damned if they do and damned if they don't. Fact of the matter is, just a great response from the side of Kitten.
Yeah, and that was a fantastic flank from the side of Toddy to at least get that started. It created enough disruption that it made it incredibly difficult for the Imperials to fight as a team. Whereas Kittens are doing a fantastic job of staying in that death ball and only choosing fights that are beneficial for them. I had just gotten done mentioning about getting caught in choke points, and they were playing through lane. They were preparing to go through the river and contest this dragon fairly easily. But Toddy's TP forced them into that little narrow area at the Baron entrance by red buff, and as soon as that happens, you get so much CC layered on you that you can't move for half the duration of the fight.
Yeah, and then you're like, I can't move, like everyone likes to shout and call when those situations happen to them. So definitely a little bit of chaotic for the side of Imperials. That is some brave positioning, even with someone with the reflect. If I'm a Mumu, I'm throwing that cube, because if she reflects it, she's coming to me, and she dies anyway. So it's definitely something. Yeah, right, because it just backfires completely when you're using it on CC. So no, if I'm a Mumu, I'm throwing that every time. With that being said, though, they do get some vision down that was put in on their red side river bush. They're taking control there. We'll kind of see. The thing's kind of in a lull right now. Looks like they're making a push for mid lane. Or, yeah, there's no objective on the map besides Baron. At least not for another 3 minutes.
We do see that Toddy's teleport is still down, so we don't know as though we're going to see a TP flank from him. If Kumi is a psychopath, Kumi could technically do it. But I don't think Kumi is built that way. You're going to see a defensive TP. You're going to come from the back line. Out comes the spell shield to block Jake's bandage toss. And
I think the spirit of Stevie Wonder possessed him on that Q, because I'm not too sure where that Q was going. With that being said, though...
Oh, the burst, but doesn't secure the kill onto Raikou. And that's going to be
still very huge.
Ooh, another bandage toss. Helen Keller on the Amumu.
Jake, come on, man. You were cooking a bit ago. I need you to open your eyes, but that's okay.
As the potential fight here comes out, Wayne is getting shoved out of his jungle as the bandage toss goes down, and the Curse of the Sad Mummy. T-Wayne, though, is going to be able to W away, so that's going to be one ultimate burned from the side of the Kittens. Can the Imperials look for a fight here? They are playing inside of the small choke points yet again, so this could become very explosive very quickly if they get caught mispositioned. But no, actually, the Kittens are the ones retreating back into their jungle here as priority goes over to the Imperials.
Yeah, because this is great, because this lets you set up a flank, too, and be able to potentially hit a lot of stuff. There goes Lambo, for some reason, jumped in. I'm not too sure what that was about. I don't know if I would have done that. Or if you're going to jump in, jump over the wall to get to the safety of your turret. With that being said, though, looks like Victor's getting some damage laid off. Death is almost dead. Raikou's at half. Swedish is out of mana and at half. Poppy's on the side, looking for a potential flank.
They spotted Poppy.
Here he goes.
The flank, though. He gets the flash off.
He got him.
In place. He's going to get the kill. He's going to get an ultimate off there on Raikou as well. But Raikou's going to try to kite it out. Toddy tries to go under the tower. Down comes the spell shield. Out comes the barrier. Toddy taking so many tower shots. He just doesn't die. And Giggle gets it with the redemption here. Does Very Caution have the ability to take this fight? No, he doesn't. That is 4 members of the Kittens going down onto Very Caution. And this is just turning into a disaster for the Imperials as the game looked good for quite a while there. But now the gold lead is starting to really show its face.
That was so fucking illegal. How many tower shots he took during that fight? That's crazy. That is the power of Fimbulwinter. Yeah, it is the power of Fimbulwinter, Poppy, and it looks like Force of Nature too. And the Baron's gonna go down like Swiss cheese with Gwen, Tristana, Victor. Like, T-Wayne doesn't even bother. He's not gonna attempt to steal. You know, it looks like he's gonna go over and take the blue buff. That's always a good consolation prize. I love it when my jungler goes for blue buff instead of Baron, but that's okay. Getting some resets in. The gold lead has ballooned quite a bit to about 5k, 4.9. Am I right about that?
Yes. That is...
Now it's 5k.
Yeah, now it's 5k. So yeah, we got a 5k gold lead going over to the side of the Kittens, and now we start to have this conversation as we bridge over the 30-minute mark. We're looking at third items. Which of these teams scales harder as we continue here?
I think that's a pretty easy answer. Easy question to answer. It's definitely Kittens in this matchup. Tristana's range gets larger with every level she gets, and she's at level 14 right now. She is down about, 40 CS to the Sivir, but that's not really going to matter. You have a 6-1 Victor, a 6-0 Mumu, and the Poppy's huge as well. They have nothing on their team that can cut through Poppy fast enough for it to matter. Here's T-Wayne getting caught out. He's definitely going down.
Uses the Cyclone to escape, though, but that's going to be a big ultimate down from the side of the Imperials here. As Baron and Dragon are out. Out comes Death trying to get the block, but it's not actually going to do too much damage. Tristana got the reset on her W and was able to secure the kill onto Mel. And now we've got a numbers advantage for the side of the Kittens. Soul already went down. Very caution, trying to take the fight against Kumi, but is going to actually evade the route. But Kumi gonna zone his. Let's see what he can do with it. Goes for the flash. Caution. Takes a tower shot, though, as the healing comes down. Redemption saves Kumi, and down goes Very caution. That was quite the fight. Very ungentlemanly to intervene as the support, though, in my good Christian 1v1.
No one cares about your good Christian 1v1, inshallah. The fact of the matter is,
I think it was going to be still a win for Kumi anyway.
Now
the fact,
3 of us, actually.
I'll take it, but the fact of the matter is, respectively, for that.
I mean, talking about 3 of us, the bot said if you got 3 of people too. Unfortunately,
As that bot tower actually goes down, this is looking like a doomed scenario right now for the side of the Imperials. Maybe if they can get 6 items on Sivir, she's a 3. Just get there.
No, this game's not gonna last long enough for that, unfortunately.
I mean, just going back to comp, in my opinion. I mean, look how easy this is to engage and just absolutely wipe out Imperials.
Game 1
is going to follow up, and actually, it's going to live.
Yeah, no, this is a 1-0 start for Kittens here.
Yeah, and I really think that Imperials need to go back to the drawing board to see what kind of engage they want. I don't think solo Wukong engage will absolutely be enough, especially when you first see like an Amumu and a Poppy. You need something else that can at least frontline or be a primary engage for you to actually play off of.
Yeah, that game was very much so a clinic. Honestly, these were just lanes misplaying. It's not even jungle diff or, obviously the obvious issue with having T-Wayne instead of their original jungler. The fact of the matter is that there were a lot of misplays on this map that things happened in lane before it ever happened anywhere else.
Well, I mean,
I don't know. It felt very much so disjointed. It didn't feel like there was a lot of thought as to how to counter the team comp. Yes, I do. If I press a button, it goes red, so you don't hear me.
Oh.
That's all it's there for.
Like $30 extra, but
no.
Just going back,
I got this thing for $100. Don't shame me like that.
Small CS leads, like even in like mid lane, for example, is we just saw Swedish Pancake have 20 CS lead in the mid game. But
yeah,
Kumi was able to pick up like a kill like here and there, and was able to go 4-0 at some point, and now you just can't worry about the Mumu that was already like 3-0 at that point. Or the Tristana that was getting kills. Yes, we saw Lambo do some interesting plays, but you're looking at a team comp that has a lot of damage, a lot of tankiness, a lot of CC, which you can't really play off of. Sure, you have some kind of disengage with your comp, but it's not enough to basically be like, oh, we could just outplay them by forcing them to use all their stuff to try to chase us down. No, what you're getting bandage tossed on top of it, Curse and Sad Mummy, you're just there for good, because you have a Rakan just following up, you have a Tristana jumping in, you have a Poppy going in, you have a Victor Chaos Storm just on top, and you're just dead.
Yeah, it's rough. This is the kind of game where as soon as like Victor and Mumu Poppy get a lead, that top side gets a lead, the game's over. Unless they massively fuck up and just take a very bad fight, it's rough. They literally have to run into them one at a time at that point in the game for it to come anyway into the side of Imperials again. But hey, it's just game 1. Obviously, there are a minimum of 3 games in this series. I'm sure that they're going to be fine. The fact of the matter is that this is just the first one in a long.
Yeah, it is fearless, so we're not going to see the picks that actually caused a lot of issues. I mean, a big one is I think Faye Caution did very well in the Gwen in the regular season and when it's on the playoffs, so that pick is not going to be there anymore as well. So a lot of the big issues I think Imperials had in the first game against Kittens. Like the Moo was a big one. Even like Rakan, the Poppy was a big one. And eventually the Victor, that's all going to be gone. So it's back to the drawing board, and let's see what they're going to end up picking.
Oh, this is Fearless too?
It is Fearless.
Oh, wow. Okay. We're going to have a great time then. Okay. Well, on the bright side, for the side of Imperials, they won't have to look at a Mumu or Victor again for a while. This will definitely put things into perspective for them. We'll have to see what next game looks like in terms of what comp they're trying to play, and hopefully things happen a little bit more smoothly.
Yeah, and when we come back, we'll be ready for a Game 2 draft between Imperials and the Kittens.
Don't go anywhere. This is Blue Water League 3.
Oh my god, welcome back to Game 2, and I will be here for the rest of the night. Yeah, I had a small emergency, and we got some bans coming out, and why do we have a blank ban?
I'm going to assume draft diff on the side of Imperials. It looks like they opted for blue side again, which is okay, mind you, but with that being said, that is going to make things a little bit more difficult.
Yeah.
We got Vi, Caitlyn, Anivia coming out for Kittens. We got the Smolder band coming out, whatever the first band was, and Karthus.
Yeah, we have pretty much... I want to see the draft on this one, because I feel like in the first one, Imperials just did not have a shot. Like, I had the draft as 95-5 in Kittens win, like, the game.
Yeah.
And we get the first pick Ari from...
B1 Jinx, too.
Red 1 Ari. B1 Jinx looking for a hyper carry. I like that pick. Ari, on the other hand, we saw it very prioritized last patch, as it had a crazy win rate. You could blind pick it, and this split, it's still pretty solid. I think it's sitting a little above 50.5%. And we have a Jarvan, which I think is a very solid combination to Ari, especially with the high pressure you could have in the enemy jungle, the roaming potential, and just being able to lock down people and look for picks on the play. Volibear coming out on the flip side for Imperial. I think that might be a Volibear jungle, possibly top lane, but actually it might be top lane. I think it's top
yeah.
lane.
I think it might be top. It might be top.
I do think Faye Caution plays Volibear top a lot, and then the Aurora pick coming on the mid lane. Interesting enough, and I can't believe more people don't know this, is people that play Aurora, we see them do a very, very bad thing. And what they do is they Q again, and then E. And you're missing out like 200 damage by Qing it this before you E. So
it should be
force
QEQ for the combo.
Yeah, you do
Okay.
QEQ. And then also, like, literally, if you Q, like, if there's a half health target, you Q Alt Q EQ, and then you just kill him. So it's a very simple thing, but I keep watching people make the same mistake. And Kaisa with the third pick
It
on
looks
the
like
red side.
It looks like Imperials is taking a little bit, learning a little bit from Kittens, because they're definitely drafting a lot of champions that are very one-dimensional in how you want to play them. Volibear and Aurora are going to be setting the stage going in. Aurora ult's going to be locking people in. Volibear is going to be in there causing some chaos with his ult and Q. It's kind of...
Aurora doesn't lock people in anymore. Sure, it's like a slow, but
you know what I mean. Like,
it's gonna version, but
it matters in the context of a team fight, especially depending on what they choose to pair it up with. You see Kittens trying to ban out some of the wombo combos like Braum and Rel, stuff that can knock a lot of people up or pull people in.
Yeah, they're definitely trying
Jinx.
to make sure that things, because Kaisa is obviously very low range, and with the Jinx you don't want to give them something that compare it with. Obviously, you could have like a Enchantress support. They could pick the Lulu on Imperials to, just try to keep buffing the Jinx. But playing Kaisa, you want to have some way of getting these fights without just getting locked down, and taking away the Braum and Rel is a big part of it. They're gonna pick up the Alistar, which is gonna be a little bit more ability for this Kaisa to play off of the fight, and then use the Killer Instinct to come in at some different angle to get some shots in the back line. But overall, so far, it's still a hyper carry Kaisa with Ahri. I expect they're going to go for the tank Ahri build. But they do have an all-around team comp, which they showed the first game that they do love having engaged in both the jungle and support role.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting, because we're going to have to see what they choose to counter with in terms of support. So one could bring up Leona, but Leona doesn't factor that well into playing against Alistar. I believe Alistar takes that matchup about 52% of the time, looking at LoLalytics here. We do see the lock-in of Ambessa, so that does pretty much confirm that's Volibear jungle, Vaycaution taking on the Ambessa top side, Aurora mid. Let's see what this final pick is here, what they're going to do for support. Poppy support might actually be good here to stop the dashes.
Fearless.
Oh, right. Excuse me. I apologize. That's gonna be fun.
I honestly think that they might. Oh, they're gonna go for the Pantheon.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Not a bad pick. Let me rephrase that. I don't like it in that Kaisa Alistar, but I can see the thought process behind it. Of we want to lock a few people down. Volibear Q, Pantheon W, Ambessa as well. There's the Urgot in response.
A lot of issue with this pick, and especially because a big use for Pantheon is being able just to ult to different lanes and ult to grubs and things like that. But you're gonna end up leaving your Jinx by themselves. It's a very easy dive target if they choose to. And obviously with an Alistar and you have the Unbreakable, if you get this push in, this Jinx cannot be anywhere near the way for their tower. So you can very, very easily abuse. I know what they tried to do is basically the Kaisa is going to be in range half the time of the Pantheon W, and they're just going to try to CC lock her and then just get a lot of damage off on her. But it creates an issue where this Pantheon basically has to play with their ADC the entire game, or at least have another way of supporting the ADC if the Pantheon just decides to go somewhere else.
Yeah, with the way that Kittens is trying to play their team fight, honestly, I think what they should have gone is gone Taric. The stun, the invulnerability to give Jinx time. It's more than enough time for Volibear, Ambessa, and Aurora to kill someone and get Jinx excited. I'm kind of disappointed that we don't really see Taric as a response here, because Taric pretty much counters the kind of burst they're looking for from the Ahri, J4, Kaisa, and even the Urgot in some cases as well. Because obviously the plan is to burst someone down to get the Urgot ult going and then start playing off the fight from there. If he joins, that is. He could be a 4-1 setup as well.
Yeah, the funny thing is, a game like this, if they saw the Kaisa earlier, and they didn't pick Volibear as planning to go jungle, they had the chance to go Vi, which is
that would
a
work
very
too.
good pick, and obviously got banned second phase, thinking that the Volibear was going to go top. But it is a very good pick against Ari and Kaisa because you just straight up lock down a lot of damage. But again, in this game, I favor Kittens comp a lot more. I feel like they have a lot more early game potential, a lot more mid game fighting for these objectives. But I will say Imperials comp is better than last game. And
Oh, I'm losing you, bully.
some advantage some of the fights. But I think we should have a good one. I still give Kittens the win on this one.
Yeah, I'd say this is Kittens 2-0. It's the kind of the second game where their draft just looks really, really weird, and it doesn't make a lot of sense with their picks, like especially in regard to Pantheon. Like, you have me up until the Pantheon pick in terms of the comp. Like, I can buy into the vision of that. Either, like you said, you send Volibear top, pick a different jungle. I don't know, thinking of jungles off the top of my head, just something to kind of get in and do CC, like,
you could pick like a Sejuani. I don't know if that was
Sejuani, maybe Zac even.
I don't like the Zac that much. For Sejuani, especially because you have, I guess you wouldn't have the Mbessa. You might have a little bit of issue, but honestly, if you have Sejuani, it gets kind of weird with the Volibear pick, and I think that's where they're like, yeah, we have to bring this to the jungle, and we're gonna pick Mbessa. I do like Mbessa as a champion. That champion is disgusting, and it does a lot of damage, and has access to the backline, which is absolutely massive. Especially if you have a flanking Pantheon getting the stun up on like Kaisa. You just have the Mbessa ult on top of that, and it's just a dead AD carry immediately.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, I can see the thought process in the team fights here. They're going to intend to have Volibear frontline. I would not be surprised to see him go the AD build this game, which is press the attack
I don't think they are.
But I wouldn't be surprised. I've seen some really silly shit, and that is one of them. You'll always get people saying the AP Volibear build is bad. Yeah, that's why no one builds AD anymore. Totally. But anyway, the overarching point this is Volibear is going to be trying to do that front line.
I mean, you still see AD. The Frozen Heart, or not Frozen, the Iceborne Gauntlet build has made a return. It's solid. The thing about the hybrid like Flicker Blades and the Cosmic Drive and crap like that, it just does so much for Volibear's kit. But the problem lies is that
he's super
now
squishy.
Again without a tank of solid frontline. And we might see that same issue. This game, differently, is that you do have an Mbessa that does get pretty tanky because of her infinite dashes and healing and shielding, especially with the Eclipse finish. And then Volibear does have some tankiness just involved in their kit with the healing, and especially with having like their 2 core items. But it's not enough, especially when you're going against Kaiser, especially when you're going against something like an Ari that can just CC you up then immediate chance they get if you try to engage.
Yeah, agreed. So it's we'll see how this goes. Like I said, I could see the rhyme and reason behind Imperials picks, but Kittens does take it once again. It looks like we were having a little bit of an issue with. It looks like yeah, and so it looks like Lambo's PC is having a little bit of technical difficulties, so we'll have to hold that back as well. It looks like technical difficulties is going to be the name of the game tonight. We're going to just have a ton of issues just to make this take as long as possible. God bless. No, so we'll see how this goes, but definitely predicting Kittens 2-0. With that in mind, we'll go ahead and take it to a quick break, and we'll be back once we get things rolling.
me crazy, but you the one that's fucking crazy. And it's time for me to run. Yeah, it's time for me to go. I won't stick around for you. I feel it in my bones. A spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul. A road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? I feel it in my bones. A spark to lead us through the shadows. Can I fight the way before me? It's coursing through my soul. A road to guide us through the sorrow. Can I calm this storm inside me? This storm inside me.
Two hours later.
Welcome back to Game 2 of BOL Draft, the Ruby Edition Grand Finals, and we just got... Game 1 was a little one-sided, as Kittens kind of stopped living crap out of Imperials, but Imperials coming back with a new look, a new draft, but same side as they opted to stay with the blue side, and this time we have somewhat of a 5-point, kind of like a... I don't know what Imperials are doing right now. I think they're looking for like a possible anti-invade strategy, but I don't feel like Kittens have the stuff to actually look for an engage. If they went for an Ari charm start, it's gonna kind of derail their laning phase, as Swedish Pancake is gonna get an easy push into their own tower and maybe look for a cheaterbacks. But oh my
Oh
god,
no, not like this. It looks like Raiku's car's been hit again as we get another pause.
yeah.
Also, let's be real here. If either side is invading with this team, it's trolling. Except for maybe Imperials, but even then, like Pantheon's supposed to take a bad start with his W then, or
I think
Volibear has a
Pantheon
start
W
too.
star is fine in my opinion, but I don't think they have like enough damage to like just
No, they do not.
get the kill. So instead, I feel like they should instead be looking for early vision, possibly over the Raptor Pit, just seeing where these junglers are starting. We do have some vision coming out from the side of Kittens, just in the river, just seeing if anybody is invading through the openings.
Politely. We are here.
So I wonder what's going on here. As I don't think I saw any.
I have communicated my displeasure with the captains. However, we'll see what's going on here. Let's be honest here. Very clearly, what they're doing is they're having Lizzo lock on to Wayne's account. I think that's what's happening here.
I honestly think that I heard some things about scripts, and I
Yeah,
think there's a couple champions that can use scripts this game.
I'd
but
agree.
but I do see the funny thing is Jake opting not to get a pot, so going to be very confident it's clear. Uh, T Wayne as a volleyball actually a very strong early clear, as they could clear their entire camps in before the first scuttle spawns, so they
Mhm.
could look for an easy, you know, 6 camp start with scuttle into a possible gank or reset, just get a little bit of items and possibly just trying to find out where this Jarvan is ganking. But Jake, obviously, we see a lot of strategies with Jarvan is just an early level 2 gank or level 3 gank or, 3 camp star, blah, blah. But we'll see what's going to happen. I think we're getting to that time where it's a little bit long for the pause. So I think we should go
Yeah.
to a short break as we wait for that to come back.
Welcome back. Oh, you go first then, if you want to do it so badly.
Okay, whatever. So we're back. We had a slight technical issue, not on us this time. It was on the players, and I think one of the players got their car hit. So I'm not sure what's going on, and we see an AFK Jinx in the bot lane, just chilling. So we'll see if Raku gets back in time. And
Yeah, we'll go from
I see
there.
movement.
There is movement. I have it on good sources that the J4 is in fact lubricated right now. Sources do confirm during the pause that the J4 took a shot of something. Sources are not sure what it is, but it's
I think it was apple juice.
Oh yeah, apple juice. That's what we're calling it nowadays.
But back in the game, I think if this was on the LTA, there'd be a lot more viewers than what they have right now. But Lambo and Raku are about to, just trying to get a little bit of damage going. But
oh my god,
damage! Toddy 2K actually hits level 2 first, so they're gonna go for a trade, and they're gonna get the shotgun. He's at, oh my god, he misses.
Toddy.
Big Caution's gonna go for some CS to try to get level 2, and they will get level 2, but Big Caution is still taking a lot of damage from shotgun knees, and Toddy 2K and Big Caution flash from Vey. They saw the potential of the death right there, and if Toddy actually hit that E, I think Vey's either dead.
No, hey, Vey was 100% dead and had to burn flash, but Toddy would have flashed as well to keep back up. Vey was 100% dead there, but it is what it is. You get the flash out, you have a little bit of a CS advantage now. Vey's going to collect a lot of that wave, and
look what we have here.
What the?
You see that early roam from death?
Yo, not again! The fucking support's in the mid lane.
That's a dangerous play.
Yeah, that's wild. So let me get this straight.
T-Wave's up top, flash blown. He's done up Toddy. Toddy's gonna get the E off, and Toddy will probably have to flash and get out of dodge with Vey.
Don't walk back in, brother.
Taking a lot of damage, but it's a lot of damage coming out from Swedish Pancakes. That's the combo lands on Nakumi. And
Kumi. Oh wow.
This was a good trade back, but unfortunately the turret wasn't in position to aggro Swedish Pancakes, so I think that might have been a flash blown by Swedish.
Yeah, it looks like it. No, both of them still have flashes. Apology. But in that case, it's kind of what we were talking about before. That Aurora can absolutely shit damage, and we're at the point
look at the
where
CS difference, by the way.
Yeah, I was about to point that out. She's at 6 CS right now. She's lost no waves. They're crying for jungle help. Here comes the jungle help.
Oh, that's going to be a flash blown, yeah. Swedish Pancakes will need to blow that flash. That's good flash. Jake trying to get a little bit of aggression reducing the mid lane, but still, the damage has been done as Gumi missed out a lot of CS, but they were able to get the wave. But look at Raikou, a little bit off. Okay, so combo won't be coming out from Giggle as Death does come back just to make sure there's no... What? No. I spoke too soon. As Raikou does get jumped on, it's going to take a lot of damage. Now Death might be in a really rough spot as, they're going to try to just get some damage back onto Lambo, but I feel like Death is just going to be dead as a flash most likely coming out here from Giggle. There it is. And they're just going to try to see up Death.
Death
and
gives his life for his 80 carry as the first blood goes to the Alistar. That's depressing. I want that to go to your Kaisa.
Unfortunately, when that play happens is Death is now in between an Alistar and Lambo as Raikou basically had to flash out of dodge as they were put down to about 200 HP, and now they're going to get a shove into the bot side. And we do have T-Wayne in the area, so if they do want to dial, T-Wayne does have to take a V-line back.
Pantheon's going top lane here. It looks like he's going for a gank. T-Wayne's, there's 2 plays happening on each side of the map here. There may be 3 if J4 looks to gank mid here through vision. There goes T-Wayne on the bot side. We're not seeing that one as we're watching Toddy currently give Vey Caution a good talking to. And it looks like Urgot may go down here.
Yeah, Toddy will definitely go down here, just trying to get the wave. Oh, wait.
Oh my god! No way!
The shotgun does come out. Oh my god, Death was trying to give that kill over to Vey Caution, but in the split second, the cooldown comes up into the head. Vey Caution goes down. Toddy picks up 1, and that is disaster for Imperials.
Yeah, that's not what you want to see. Here comes Jake now looking towards bot side. It looks like Pantheon is sitting behind the Raptors. Here comes out the Aurora ult, and not much.
Good charm, but it's going to take maybe 1 turret. Nope, it will not. But Swedish Pancakes is low on mana. So Death is still level 4 as they've been roaming this entire game. Yes, they have a kill for themselves, but at what cost? That kill was a top lane. They took some of the their top laner's XP. They had to get the kill because they tried to give it over. And there's something called overroaming, and nope.
Here's round
This
2. It's not
time
going to be
it
overroaming
will
this
be
time.
successful.
Yeah. Like, it's funny, right? So, like, the Jinx is only down, 8 CS, so it's not the worst thing, but they are going to collect the plate here. Here comes Jake. Oh, they're just going to dive this.
Yeah. They're just going to push this next wave. They can play this very slowly.
Here goes Pantheon. Jake's going to notice that and start taking the fight there. Raiku's going to come over. There's going to be a couple seconds. They do have enough time.
Yeah, I think Raiku's is dead.
Yep. There goes that. See,
this is what happened. Just went underneath tower, and I think this is a dead Pantheon as well. As they can just play this very slowly and wait for the cooldowns. And yeah, and Giggle will still live there as 30 HP. So, I think Pantheon should just kind of went under turret. They should just protected underneath, as I don't think they would be able to dive easily, as Alistar does not have the Unbreakable yet. But that's a couple kills going over, 1 to Jake and 1 to Lambo. So, unfortunately, actually no, sorry. That was 1 to Jake, 1 to Lambo. So that was a very botched, I guess. I don't know, anti-dive attempt, but
yeah, it all comes down to the fact that, like, really it's the Pantheon pick. Like, you can see what the game plan is here. Oh, here comes a fight.
T-Wayne has a level up.
Yeah, he has a level up after taking the red buff. No
ultimate does miss, and we have
they have 3 here. Go in.
Yeah, I think that's just gonna be a dead. The ultimate was not used. Vay Caution has to run away, and I think they're just gonna be able to CC them up. No, there's not gonna be.
They got out. All right.
Follow up.
Yeah, no, this is just. It all really boils down to the Pantheon pick and what they're trying to do with it. Because, like, look,
I don't think Death could actually do anything right here. Is you don't have your Jinx yet in the fight, and we do have Vay Caution looking to fight Toddy once again, and Vay Caution
minion away,
dead, and there it is. It doesn't even matter. Toddy actually had an advantage in levels, and I think that actually made the difference. And especially that kill that went over the Toddy when it shouldn't have was a difference maker of getting a little bit more combat stats. So Toddy once again outplaying Vay in the top side, and that's gonna be plates going over to them.
Yeah, the funnier part of this is it's like, one could make an argument that a certain happening could have affected Imperials, but it's not even really like the jungler that's the problem. It's the fact that is that top lane is not going the way they wanted to, and then their picks of what they're trying to do with their AD carry and support are very contrary. I still maintain that a Taric, especially like when that dive is happening with his stun and whatnot, would have been the correct play.
I think the Pantheon is fine, but you got to play your team around getting this Jinx fed. They're feeling like this Jinx is like an Ezreal, where they're trying to play around the Bessa, or they're playing around like the Aurora more. And now you're gonna have a homeless Jinx because they're gonna be dove.
There's a 3-man coming.
Yeah, if this looks like Raikou is gonna die, as they're gonna.
Once again, Pantheon is not in the lane too either. Like, he doesn't have level 6. He needs to be in lane. This is unacceptable. Like, what is happening to Raikou right now? He's getting absolutely abandoned on the last champ you want to do that on.
Exactly. It's what I said in draft. Is you can't really roam as a Pantheon in this game, or you just get dove constantly, or you're just gonna get immediately flashed on or comboed by the Alistar. So I do love the Alistar pick in this game. I know the Pantheon was the last pick, but
that's worse, actually.
Yeah,
that's actually worse.
The comp is not just sitting properly, in my opinion. There's still ways to get back in this game, but I think a lot of it earlier on was Death overroaming, not allowing this Jinx to get a fight. And Kumi's gonna have to use the Spirit Rush to get out, and the Flash does come out from T-Wayne, but I don't think they're gonna be able to kill, as Kumi still has a lot of stacks on their Spirit Rush, and that's gonna be a wasted Flash, as Spirit Rush does give you a lot more distance than one Flash.
Yeah, and I think another thing to discuss here as well is some of the level differences. The supports are finally equalized in level, but we have a 2-level lead in top lane with down 20 CS and about 3 kills. Mid lane's a little bit more even. Jungle's even right now. The AD carries are
Charm does land, but Kumi does not have the Spirit Rush to follow up. But I don't think they're going to be able to get the kill anyway, so it's not a big deal. But it's just going to be mid lane priority just to secure this 3 grubs. And then maybe another dragon. Oh, the Smoke Suit too.
Yeah, the issue with Kumi's build right now. Ooh, good
just
steer
sniped
by
that,
Pan.
and Jake is gonna have to run away. I think Jake is just gonna go down, and that's gonna be the Cataclysm getting the kill back, and the Roar will have to use their ultimate, and they will get a kill back onto Jake, and Toddy will have to run as they do have a shutdown, as they might want to try to get that Vague Caution. So that's gonna be 2 grubs actually secured for Imperials, as they do get the good pick onto Kumi, and then they're able to get a lot more damage. Oh, that's a good ultimate by Vague Caution. Toddy is taken very low, and Toddy will go down now,
Yeah.
and that's a lot of needed
That's
gold for the
yeah.
Vesa.
Huge play for Imperials there to get themselves back in the game. I believe they
Yeah.
did collect 2 out of 3 grubs in that exchange. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yep. They have 5
Have
grubs
5
in the
total.
game, so that's pretty big.
Yeah, so in terms of count for those keeping score at home, I do believe the feats are favored right now for Kittens due to them getting the 3 kills for the feats of warfare. And that is 1 stack for the objective ones, and then 1 stack for the objective ones on both sides. So,
Yeah, big thing to note, mid lane, the Aurora Swedish Pancakes does finish their first item, which is Ludens. So big power spike actually, they will do about half of Kumi's health with the 1 combo. Dragon started up, and another pause on the Dragon
oh,
start.
good lord.
As
I don't think this is a legal pause because aren't they in the middle of combat right now, or am I insane?
technically not,
Okay.
but
Nonetheless. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
it's still a long pause. So I want to see what's going on here.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, this is exactly what you want in your best of 3s. Lots of pauses, lots of delays,
Best of
lots of
3s.
technical issues. Best of
It's
5s.
a
Fuck,
best of
I'm
5.
sorry. I really want it to be a best of 3. That's what I'm saying. You know what?
Well, we can
I'm
take
gonna
in-
advocate. I'm gonna advocate that for in the feedback session. Best of 1s regular season, best of 3s playoffs. It won't backfire. People won't hate it at all.
So just taking account of the game is we did have a pretty big gold lead just building up in the middle of the game, but the play for the grubs from Imperials does get them back, as they were able to get Mbessa a lot of gold that they needed. We had Swedish Pancakes pick up a kill. We had another kill going over to death, but the problem is look at where the gold is going. And a lot of the gold for Kittens is going to their top side, their ADC. So it's gonna be difficult to kill these, bruisers. That's gonna do a lot of damage later on, and then have a massive Kaisa behind them, just wailing on, the Volibear or, Pantheon or Bessa.
Yeah, absolutely. They still have the tools to get to the back line with Volibear ult and Bessa ult and Pantheon ult and all that stuff. It's more so about getting there, It's more so about, especially with the way they're beefed up right now, there is not a very good chance they're able to execute the strategy they'd like to do without getting bursted before they even, finish casting most stuff. With that being said, though, I do want to draw attention to how the mid lane matchup is going, purely because Kumi is going the Rod of Ages build. I do believe that if they were going, what's the other starting item people used to take? Was it Malignance at some point?
Yeah, it used to be Malignance. Rod of Ages has been a lot better in most recent. But the
Of
thing is, you
course.
don't really go airy with or like the Rod of Ages build. You definitely still go electrocute because you just can do a lot more damage. But going airy is kind of weird in my opinion.
Yeah, it feels like, because with the Rod of Ages build, you're already sacrificing a lot of your early damage to kind of beef up and have that tankiness that you get from the Catalyst. So definitely going airy there definitely feels like leaning too far in that direction. The nice balance you achieve between that, by still going Rod but having Electrocute, so you do some of that damage. I fully believe if she had Electrocute, she probably could have killed Aurora on one of the back ends of
Yeah.
those exchanges.
Plus, I mean, it's just so easy to proc electrocute with Ari, so it's it just feels so good with the champion. But we've been on pause for a little bit, so let's head to a quick break once again.
Don't wander around your memories, because you might get lost.
All right, play has continued, and it looks like we have a 3-man appearing on the bot side. T-Wayne is there to kind of ward off any other plays. The lanes are getting reset. After that most recent kill, Kumi is now down closer to 30 CS and is down 2 levels. I'm sorry, 1 level, excuse me. Or no levels at all. I can't read. Good to know. There goes T-Wayne going in on the Kaisa. The Q cooldown runs out in the Volibear, and in comes the counter engage as Jake comes in for the side with the flag and drag. There's the Cataclysm coming out. Kaisa is free hitting. Volibear goes down first, then Pantheon, and Raikou. There we go. 3-0, quick triple kill for Kaisa. That is rough.
That's the power of the Kaisa when you're 2-0 and have a finished Kraken Slayer. And topside, big caution is going to be a little bit dangerous. Toddy did use the ultimate, but looks like oh wait, this could be an outplay. Toddy go down?
He did not die. That's fucking crazy. I'm tilted. I'm tilted for
That's
Vay.
wild.
Fuck that. He
That's
survived
wild.
with like 100 HP.
Yeah, well,
I'm at
Toddy does go down.
Oh, he died. Okay,
Yeah.
cool. Oh, there's the Aurora. That makes.
Yeah, Swedish Pancakes does take that kill, but oh, we did have a little death push going on, but a lot of CS missing in bot, but Death does actually ult in with a Pantheon, and they might be in a bad spot as Jake won't just use the flag and drag to most likely, do nothing.
Yes, used the flag and drag to escape from a bad decision. So, taking a look at the game state now, there's only about a 2.1k coldly, 2.2, excuse me, on the side of Kittens. So it's a little rough right now, but they do have gold on a Aurora, and that is one of the better places to have it. They'll definitely be able to
does have to run. They do have a Spirit Rush available. Fake Caution does not have the ulti, but they're gonna get jumped on. And actually, we do have Jake in the area, so they might try to, but if they actually decided to look for that fight, they did have the Cataclysm available, and they could have done a lot of damage. But I think it was a good op not to, just because making sure, knowing what the Volibear is, as the Volley is taking the top side of Jake's jungle, and we do got a TP in the top side just to make sure that Toddy cannot take this tower in the bot side. Oh, never mind, Toddy does take the tower.
So that is the completion of feats going over to Kittens.
Raiku's dead. And the flip side, they will look for a play on Toddy, but we have the ultimate suppress coming out in the middle, and we're just going to see Toddy just try to run away, but they're just going to trade one for weight.
Wow, he pulled it out!
Shotgun knees once again. Toddy is just absolutely massive. 1v2s, both T-Wayne and Fake Caution. Now super close too. You think that it's like, oh, this is just going to be a 1-for-1. It's still a good trade of Toddy because they got the turret, but no, they get the turret. They get 2 kills, and now mid lane is under siege as Swedish Pancakes is going to get hit. Oh, the Orb Deception misses, but it doesn't matter. Jake just uses the Cataclysm and just going to clean that kill up. So,
yeah, from bad to worse for Imperials in this set. I definitely say they need to adjust their draft.
He's trying to limit test right here. Actually, no, he's just going to leave.
Yeah, he's going to back up. No, they need to play more towards their bot side now. Like
it just doesn't make sense to have a Jinx in this comp if you're not going to do that. And you're seeing now as Jinx is 0-4, you're going against a 7-0 Kaisa, you're going against a 6-3 Urgot, and Toddy is getting a lot of he's getting pressured top, but is still winning, and that's going to be a charm hitting on to Death, and Death's going to be taking a lot of damage. Lambo is going to go about 1/3 HP, but it doesn't matter. They're going to be the safety of T-Wayne. T-Wayne is going to have to leave, and that's going to be a kill picked up onto Death. That's a super mega Death Dragon missing by a little bit, but it would not be enough anyway, so that's going to be a turret down in mid lane as Kumi picks up that kill on the Pantheon, and a play made mid still goes negative for Imperials.
Well, at this point, you really shouldn't be trying to make any plays. Now, we were talking about a 2k gold a little bit ago. It's now ballooned closer to almost 6 in this case, 26 to 32. Actually, that might be...
That is 6.
No, that's right. That is 6. I can count. Cool. The overarching point of this is that they need to let lanes come in and farm. If you have to give up your inners and get pushed back to your inhib, that's just something you got to do. Your Jinx doesn't even have boots completed yet, mind you, while Kaisa is on her 2nd item, or is building her 3rd item right now. This is like
it's getting dangerous, and Death was seen, so Jake does use the flag and drag over the wall, and that's gonna be a combo on the Pantheon. Death is just probably not long for this world, as we do see Nope,
There he
never
goes.
mind. Toddy decides to take that kill. T-Wayne does take the plant over, but is going to run back. As their dragon is up. It's the Chem Tech Dragon. It will soul point for them if they are able to get this. And one thing to note is, dang, that's a lot of damage from Swedish Pancakes.
That is, yeah, that Aurora is always going to hurt. Here comes Vacaution in with a ill-advised Honeycomb, but it looks like he's
Yeah,
able to get
and
away from
I think
Toddy.
Toddy's just going to win this. Doesn't have the ultimate available, but the shotgun needs to
No.
do way too much damage, and wow. Only 1.5 items. Vague Caution does have the finishing clips, but they're so far down in gold and just combat stats as the dragon will be picked up, and mid lane is going to be pushed in.
Yeah, looking at this too, you know, obviously we see Volibear, he's wanting to deal with some of the inherent tankiness they have by taking the Black Cleaver build that we talked about earlier a little bit. That is one of the acceptable builds that you can go on Volibear, the other one being Cosmic Drive in the jungle.
Black Cleaver, it's debatable. I don't think it's that. Oh, we have the Killer Instinct immediately in with Jake's Flag and Dragon Death. Is going to be the second one going down, and it's going to be a double kill going over to Lambo. And the top side of Raku is just by themselves, and that's just going to be a dead Jinx. Using the flash, oh my god, Lambo.
Yeah, wow.
Huh.
Nice throw.
Yeah, right? Like, huh, interesting. We're just
I think it's a
giving
little bit too late, but that's 1,000 gold going over to the Jinx. So, you know, if we see a comeback mounting, that's what it is. As Lambo just went underneath the tower, taking a lot of damage. Great Caution will have to flash out, but it's just going to go down to Cataclysm used on Swedish Pancakes. Swedish Pancakes is just going to jump out a little bit. Death actually was on the way with the ultimate, but the fight was over as now Swedish Pancakes does get ulted by Toddy, and that's going to be a triple kill for the Urgot. Tier 2 turret under siege, and all the while the bot lane is being under siege by Kumi, so that's going to be 2 tier 2s going down, so maybe not a big deal that Jinx has got 1,000 gold. But that's KDA just ruined at that point.
What did she... Okay, she went over and hit the Q for that. I am being told... There we go. Okay. So, looking at this now, honestly, they're down 9k, 9 and change. I'm a level with you. I don't think... I think we're kind of pushing, just kind of waiting. Down 9k.
Oh, we do have a play going mid lane as Lambo does. Oh, it's going to
got
turn around.
him.
It's going to be CC'd up, and Lambo is going to take a lot of damage mid, and I think that's going to be a dead Kaisa. And Raku,
oh my god, man! Give the kill to your Jinx. Stop.
I think they just wanted to get something at that point. I'll be completely honest. They just need to make sure the kills go down, and Jake just is actually looking to go back in the jungle, and Toddy is going to take a reset as they're sitting on a little bit of gold. It's going to be finishing the second item. The mid lane tier 2 just has a sliver of health left, so you know that's going to be going down eventually, and bounties are obviously up, but with 5 grubs they were not able to take one single tower.
That's this guy. These guys.
Yeah, and Atacon is on the menu for Kittens as you know they started up. They don't have a lot of damage right now, but Toddy 2K is on the way.
Toddy 2K is on the way.
Path awkwardly right there, and you know this is probably gonna be uncontested as Kumi takes the tier 2 tower mid, and
they're making a play on Ari on the other side of the map.
Yeah, we do have the Pantheon on the flank as Kumi will be stunned up, and it's going to be slow. No, but that's going to be a lot of damage. Death is going to have to run away, but they're going to be totally fine as Raku is looking to chase onto this Ari, and they will need to get the kill. The TP coming out from Kumi is going to get them the safety, and that is the play over. A lot expended to try to kill this Ari. A lot of resources brought down to the bot lane. They were able to get the bot lane pushed in, and they were able to actually get the tier 1 as well, so they got some bounty gold, but the Atacon was going over to the Kittens, and it was the Ravenous Straticons to the Flowers, so a lot more XP, a lot more adaptive health, or adaptive force, and we see the level lead absolutely blossom as the top lane Toddy has 4 levels over Vey.
Yeah, it's definitely looking pretty chalked, all things in terms of that. Like, you know, you gotta kind of hope That
Jake just doesn't care, except he's gonna get stunned up, and that's actually a lot of damage onto the J4. Giggle does have to use the Unbreakable. The ultimate goes on to Jake, and Jake is gonna go down, and that's gonna be your resets. Raikou is gonna pick up for themselves, and they're gonna chase down Lambo.
Whoa, T-Wayne doesn't know how Volley Bear works. And there goes down Pancakes. That's crazy. Kumi dies here, probably.
Raikou is just able to free it, and they might be able to get it Kumi. Kumi does not have the Spirit Rush available, and that's going to be a couple autos and one more auto.
Oh! There goes Raikou. Yep, the Urgot coming in from behind.
Honestly does not matter, because that was a 4 for 4, a lot of gold going back into the pockets of Imperials.
Yeah, that was just not a play that they needed to take.
And I'm surprised that Toddy's actually starting this without their own jungler. Yes, Jake will be back in a little bit, but you can't do a lot of damage to this thing, or you're just going to get...
T-Wayne, sweep, please. There are rewards there. Just sweep, brother.
There you go. Just a little bit too late.
Yeah, for real. Like, Jesus, man, you're killing me. You sweeped
T-Wayne
everywhere.
Is taking a very awkward angle to this. But he's going to be able to probably get this. Oh, no, never mind.
No, he's not. That's not. Yeah, he smited early, too.
There's an early smite, yeah.
You know,
so that is
I think
Chemtexel.
That is Chemtexel for them. Arguably one of the worst souls in the game. But like I said, all this comes down to a very disjointed comp. That
they might be in a bad spot.
Yeah, it might
Jake.
be.
Jake has 2 items, so Jake does do quite a bit of damage, but
Jinx
has damage coming up as the Killer Instinct is used, but the ultimate used by Vey actually is going to put Lambo in a bad spot. We have Raikou still able to attack from the back, and there's going to be a reset right there, and Raikou is going to pick up a kill. Oh, nope, it's going to be taken by Pancakes, but Jake is in
there. Comes Ari.
Go down next.
Misses everything. That's my Ari.
Here's Toddy taking the kills.
That's my mid laner. Hey, you know, here's the thing too. Like okay, there we go. So I was about to say that's gonna happen eventually. But the fact of the matter is too is that for every mistake that the Kittens are making right now, which I don't know if they're getting bored or what the particular deal is, every mistake that they seem to make does work out for them in the way because they are getting return kills. There goes this.
Yeah, Toddy is gonna try to go back for another 2v2, but this time Swedish Pancakes does do a lot of damage, so one more Q will end Toddy's life, and that's gonna be a shutdown actually going to T-Wayne.
Yep, and there's that build we're talking about there where he's going tanky, trying to get rid of some of that.
Toddy's 12 and 4. Holy
yes,
moly, but Kumi is actually gonna get flanked, and Kumi does not have the Spirit Rush available, so that's gonna be a kill going over to, unfortunately, death.
Again, Pantheon. This is another reason why I hate Pantheon support as a pick. In what earth are you supposed to be taking kills like this? You are 6 and 10. Stop.
So
take your hands off the keyboard.
A lot of times it's fine, but this situation where you need a lot of gold on your carries to make a comeback, it's very important.
No.
Giggle is actually caught out though. Breakable will probably have to be used.
Why do they? What is happening? The kick
low.
is good. Unlike any Bills kicker, the field goal works.
And it's gonna be ultimate onto the backline. Lambo is gonna get actually ultimate by Bessa, and Bessa is now in the bad spot. The Killer Instinct used, and now Bessa is just gonna go down. Death is gonna try to catch this Kaisa, and they're gonna get the CC down to Lambo. Lambo is taking about to 0.
Wow.
As Swedish Pancakes just cleans it up with a massive damage. And,
we gotta talk about the fact that was a triple kill for the Kaisa while in melee range of Volley Bear and the Aurora, and still pulled out the Jinx from that.
We see the power of Bessa, even though Vey is 1 and 9, and then also the power of the Aurora. So a lot of the early game mistakes, if they were able to mitigate a lot of the bleeding, we see like a massive damage team fight. And I think even if you know, top lane was bleeding pretty hard in early game, a lot of your pressure from the Viper was going top. So if we put that to the bot lane to make sure your Jinx was, you know, even, or, you know, this Kaisa didn't get super fed, we might have seen a totally different game.
Agreed, and that's kind of what I was talking about before, is stop playing to your top side. Like, it's very, like, the last 2 games have kind of proven that, especially in, like, 1v1s and whatnot, Vey is gap. Like, and it's not, like...
Looks like, okay. I thought Toddy was going to overstep his boundary right there, and we see
what are we doing? Why are we walking into their jungle with no vision? Like, we have 1 ward there. Guys, we don't need to...
I think they like the fight here because they do have Kaisa in Killer Instinct areas. Gale actually takes 0 damage.
There's Kumi.
Used, but Kumi
is
going to actually do a very good Spirit Rush and be able to get out, and they're just going to cut this out now, and Death is just going to be going down next. And Vessa's, you use their ultimate to try to get onto Lambo, but Lambo's just gonna get that 1v1 as best. It just doesn't do enough damage. As that's just gonna be a clean 5-0. As
I
they
think
were
this is
tired of
actually game.
This game going on.
Yeah. I think
And
that's
they're just
actually
gonna push
game.
for the inhib and then push for the end, as they were. I think they were bored. Because in that one, they knew exactly what they needed to do. They needed to wait. They looked for the engage when they had Toddy around and their Kai'Sa in range for the killer instinct. But one day, Dory's computer will not be shit.
Yeah, one day I'll be able to look at it. Raikou left before the game ended. Exactly. Our producer is angry at us. What else? He's ginger. Get it. Oh. I just disabled it. You can see my beautiful face now. All right, we are back. You can see me again. Yeah, honestly, I think this ties down to the fact that it's very clear that there's a very wide gap between Vey and Toddy right now. The focus definitely needs to be to
The
ensure
crazy
that
thing is, I don't think it's actually that. I think it's just overzealous gameplay from Face right now.
yeah, exactly. Like
Um,
that's what I'm saying. He's taking risks he doesn't have to take, and he needs to play the lane a little more patient.
And I'm going back to the draft issue is when you're picking a Jinx and I'm picking Pantheon with it and playing for topside, what is the Jinx going to do? When you first pick Jinx, you give your strategy away. And
Yeah.
if you don't pick around it, then your Jinx is just completely screwed. We see this game as the Kai'Sa just went absolutely crazy with the 16-5 KD. So
The crazier part about this too is Jinx actually was still doing damage in those fights. She was getting excited and winning fights 2-9, or finishing 2-9 in this game. That's the thing that upsets me the most is that like it's so painfully obvious what you have to do.
I think it was
but-
1,000 gold going back to them that kind of helped. But,
Agreed. No, but even still though, like we're talking about one of the best hyper carries in the game, and you're making the decision to ignore her. It's something I'll never condone, and something I'll never understand as to why team sort of.
Yeah, I think I want to go back to the draft. I think they need to pick all around their team comp. I love the Aurora pick, and I think the Ambessa Aurora combination would have been fantastic, even if it's a Pantheon. But we can't be picking Jinx there B1 if we're not playing around it. If we are, we could at least play around it with the support pick and have a very solid front to back later on, or at least have a Bessa just go to the backline with Aurora and just one shot the enemy AD carry. But it just went from having a B1 Jinx to a bunch of like, I don't know, just ingredients in a pan that just didn't make sense. I'm just mixing like peanut butter and jelly with like, I don't know, tomato soup and just calling it a day. And we're going to game 3. That was 2-0 right now for Kittens, and this might be a clean sweep.
I tip.
What?
Soup.
You okay?
Yeah, that just that disgusted me heavily.
Well, it was supposed to, because that's how how disgusted I was when I looked at a first pick Jinx. If I was playing the Jinx, I would be pissed.
Well,
but
it definitely looks like things are trending that way at the moment.
Yeah. So let's go ahead and go to a break, as we're gonna be back for game 3. It might be the last game of the split for Ruby, or maybe Imperials decide that they are gonna make a comeback. Please stick around.
Like a palm
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is Blue Otter League 3 with Ruby Finals. Kittens are up 2-0. My producer is Scum and is playing Pokemon while we're doing this. And we are in full Fearless. We would
Yeah.
like to announce that Imperials did have an e-sub this game for Game 3. It is Oath. Some of you may
Yeah.
recognize this person as subbing in previously for Imperials. We are hoping everything's good with Raikou, but for now, here's Game 3.
Cringe bans. Well, anyway, I would love to see the draft, but our producer doesn't want us to let us want to show it to us.
Yeah,
But
you know,
okay,
producer diff, like a little bit of top diff tonight, a little bit of producer diff.
we
and
do got to
Elder.
swap of sides finally. As Kittens are in the blue side, and they're gonna first pick Smolder.
Okay, we're B1ing Smolder now. So I think from Kittens, clearly the next move is to draft Pantheon again and leave Smolder alone.
Well, they can't draft Pantheon again.
Oh right, Fearless. I forgot. Anyway, Nyla is picked. That is the only AD carry Oath knows how to play. Looking from his OP.GG, it's the only one that has above 10 games this season.
That's
57% win
good
rate.
first pick then. Obviously, I don't really care about ADC counters or whatnot. I don't think most people do.
Oh yeah, of course.
The big difference maker is support. I wonder what Kittens just plan on picking support with this Smolder. And honestly, I really want to see, or I can kind of expect to see, not engage support.
It depends, you know, because obviously if you're going for the counter engage with Shyvana diving into the team, it could work. It kind of depends on what they go jungle here. I would like to see in a Mumu on the side of Amumu's already taken. Fearless. I love it so much. Looking into things that could kind of work against the Shyvana based off of what's still available, especially like a big beefy frontline. Udyr could work, especially with his ability to kind of go in and also to have a little bit of peel as well with Ram Stance, excuse me. I'm thinking of old Udyr. Instead, we go with Lilia. Not a bad pick here as well. It does mean you will have to kind of rely on maybe your top side going into a full tank. There's the Yuumi response as well. So there's no engage supports on either side. We have Smolder Nami versus Nyla Yuumi. And Nyla
I think they were kidding
ridiculous.
about the Yuumi counter. So I think they're just hovering it.
Oh, okay.
That's what I thought.
Okay,
Yeah.
There's Pike.
So Pike.
Pike hover. Pick something.
I think they're gonna lock it in.
Give me Shaco support. I want to see Shaco support. It'll cook. Trust me. All right, there's a Pike lock in. Perfect. So we have
that combo is kind of lethal.
It is,
especially with Neela Pike. It's basically you just jump on top of them, which makes the Nami pick either very bad or very good, because Pike can easily use the Bone Skewer and just get Nami into range where they could just absolutely just one shot her.
Absolutely. I think that's the more important thing here as well. It's just now it's going to come down to how Lambo and Giggle are going to play the lane.
Hovering Yuumi. Just having fun at this point. But Cinder was banned for Kittens, just taken off the map, and then they're going to ban out. Is that Karthus?
Might be Karthus.
So, taking away those two picks, right now, as Kittens comp, I think they want to be the damage dealers this time. So Jake definitely was like, I want to play something fun. Picking the Lilia, getting a lot of CS, and then doing a crap ton of damage later in the game. On the flip side, Imperials, I think they're just trying to get something going. And a lot of that going is getting early game. And picking that Veigar mid actually does a lot against the Lilia.
Agreed.
Instant Zed lock-in.
All right, so clearly Swedish, calling in the Veigar, and Kumi is just like, nah, give me Zed. I'm gonna gap this fool.
That was an instant lock too. So I think they knew it was gonna get picked.
He was chomping at the bit, and see, there's that big front line I was talking about. You're gonna pick something like Smolder and Nami. You need something that's gonna pull up there. Sion and Cho'Gath fill that role super well. The current Cho'Gath build with Shireliya is powering. The Lilia would be a good play. It looks like it is locked in there. So now we're going to see the top lane counter pick coming out from Imperials. Knowing Vey, he's going to pick Teemo or something.
I don't think Toddy's actually just going to opt in for the Shireliya's build. We'll see. But I feel like I don't expect him to do that.
I I understand why you would why, but like it seems to be the most prevalent Cho'Gath build. It's something
It's kind of ridiculous. It's so
Yeah.
cheap, and then you just
There's a
get
lot.
like so much damage off. But I'm pretty sure that's usually for mid when you build that build. So I think top lane Cho'Gath, I think you're still gonna opt into something else. I don't think you're gonna opt into Shurelya's against an Olaf. Olaf will just run you down and kill you.
Yeah,
but
it's
this-
definitely a little rough to see. Like I like
This comp
Imperials comp
is-
better.
This comp is crazy. I mean,
Like better than last game.
debatable.
Well, I'll put it to you this way: it's not there's not as bad as B5ing Pantheon and being and just shoehorning it in. There at least to be is a little more coherent thought
Yeah.
with how this is going to go. The Shyvana and Pyke going in, Viger able to pull off some stun, Olaf's able to go into. All of the focus is going to be on those guys charging into your backline and giving Nyla and Viger room to breathe. So like I agree. There's an identity here.
Kind of splitting off top lane, just having that Olaf being able to be a major side lane threat, while there's one threat that does concern me if you're an Imperial player, is that there's a Zed on the team, and Viger early on against Zed is very, very rough. And then on the flip side is you're playing against a Lilia with basically 4 champions that just go into melee range, and Lilia can just easily get off a very good lilting lullaby.
Yeah, so like I said, I at least like that there's more coherent on the side of Imperials, but I do think it is once again a draft diff for Kitten, in favor of Kitten, say. And it's kind of been that way the entire series. Imperials have just made some questionable picks. I will say, whoever's doing draft for Imperials, don't quit your day job.
I think they're just picking at this point. For this one particularly, I think game 2, I think they did make the mistake. I feel like it was more of a Silicu-esque game draft from them. This one actually has some idea. I do like the Veigar pick a lot, especially against Lilia. And it does do okay. I not good, but okay against the Zed. And all they have to do is make sure they don't fall too behind. And if they see us up and call for the roams, because the Zed should have priority a decent amount. Just make sure that your top lane, bot lane are safe. But let's go throw to a break, and when we come back, we'll get game 3, which could be the final game or could be mounting a comeback for Imperials. We are back with game 3 of Kittens versus Imperials. Kittens are on the board with a 2-game wins so far, and Imperials has a big goose egg with 0. And this is a do or die for Imperials as they need to win this game to keep the series alive. And if Kittens win, they just take a reverse sweep, or not even a reverse sweep, a sweep, and they get to call it a night as they could go eat dinner and have a good stat. But we might see some
Oh no.
shenanigans.
Oh no.
Try to
There they
stack
go.
death. Oh, the sweeper
He got
actually
knocked up.
does wonder, as it looks like death will have to flash out or they're just gonna die, but they're taking a lot of damage. And no, if that rupture is it called ruptured ground? No.
It is rupture.
Oh, it's just called rupture actually.
Yeah, it's just called rupture.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
the worst part is I feel like Toddy wasn't paying attention. Because honestly, if I were Toddy in that situation, I would have hit that Q as soon as I saw him walking up. Death wouldn't have been reacted. People could have taken different spells and whatnot, maybe throwing an ignite on. He's dead.
Yeah, I think they didn't realize he had a sweeper on, and the minute the sweeper was on, that was actually pretty solid by Death, just to make sure he didn't stand face check the bush. But that
Agreed.
was basically a solo mission, which I don't understand. If they're gonna look for like an evade play like that, they got to be careful of this, face checking a bush with a pike on your team, because there's a possibility of an anti-invade bush cheese.
Absolutely, and I think the other part of it was too is that they knew that Kittens like to invade from that side of the map. That would be the second time they've done it. They remember seeing it in the first game.
Vade Caution and Toddy are just gonna go back, and I like the way that Vade's playing this one. Is early game Olaf does wonders, and the bone skewer is gonna miss. It's just gonna hit a field goal, and looks like Lambo is just gonna be able to see us up, and we're just gonna have a very still lane. Oh, Oath is taking quite a bit of damage.
How are you losing trades in a smolder? Okay. Well, there's a level 2. Nice flash. Oh my
god.
god.
Gonna go down. There's no flash on the pike, and I think Oath will just go down as well, as that's just gonna be a double kill going over to Lambo. And what a disaster. And look at the top lane. Vay is actually gonna lose this 1v1 against Toddy. Toddy's just a little bit damaged.
How does that? Yo, I'm not gonna lie. Like, if my bot lane gets 2v2'd by Smolder Nami, not even 3 minutes into the game,
I think it was a very, very ambitious play from Death, especially going under tower without a flash. But Jake is going to be dancing around, but he's going to have to eventually flash over this wall, and we might see T-Wayne follow it up, but it won't, as T-Wayne already flashed before. So
that hurts Shyvana as well, because he just walked in to take that. Shyvana is going to be walking into the red side, and they do have the people there.
Yeah.
So it's kind of
Death
upwards.
is actually following right here, so this actually might be a very good chase.
Lilia might be dead. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
dead.
Jake is just going to go down here.
So they do get payback for taking the blue buff there. And it looks like Shyvana will clean up the bot side, take the Krug. She's going to go for the red buff here. Pretty acceptable. Vey is losing another trade.
Oath is dead
getting
again.
soloed.
Oath is dead, yeah.
What are they?
And the speed of warfare is already
why? What are we doing?
I don't know, but if you want to, speed run a Smolder, like, infinite damage game, you're about to do it, because this Smolder's 3-0.
He has a kill per minute at this point. Like, what?
And look how much CS Oath is losing the spot side. It is a disaster. His death is just going to get poked under turret, and, Death is still level 2, while Lambo's level 4, so they're going to
There's that. They get the stun.
Lambo, and
Lambo may die here.
Yeah, I mean, the turret aggro was late on that, but Vey Caution and Toddy are going at it once again on the top side, and looks like with the grass proc, that's going to be a kill for Toddy.
All right, let's see if Death takes another kill from his 80
carry. Oh! Okay. That was so
All right,
close,
there's the return 2v2. This is how this was supposed to go, by the way, for the beginning of the game. That is what should have happened, not whatever the hell just happened for the first 3 minutes of the game. So
yeah, I mean, a lot of that was because they played too aggressive under tower. They just kept on taking turret shots, but yeah, Lambo did overstay. This didn't buy, but the minute that Lambo comes back, there's already have so much AD in their pocket, and I think it's just going to be a clean sweep. It's 11 CS up as well, so it's pretty much close to 4 kills worth of gold that Lambo has. And up in the top side, Toddy gets the best of Vey once again, and I think they are going to go for the Shurelia's build.
Yep, it does look like it. If my gorgeous producer could stop playing Pokemon for a second and click on Smolder, I'd like to do a stack check real quick.
Gorgeous.
I don't think he's going to.
And Toddy up top is actually. Oh, looks like Jake might be in deep trouble here as
this is a
by death, and Ignite goes down.
Greedy drag play, but especially because there's 4 of them right there. There's Viger, there's Shyvana, Pike's coming down. They're pushed up. They do probably lose drag here. I do think it is noteworthy that the Olaf is a very big counter in that matchup. We're zooming in on the Smolder now. Stacks. He looks adorable. He's a little behind, but that's okay. He's got 3 kills. You can forgive some of that, especially if he's going to be ahead on items. Did he go Comet? He did, so he's going to be cranking out some damage.
We got to fight topside. Toddy does have the ultimate available, and Vey Caution has got to be careful as the execute is so in range, and there it is. But the execute didn't get the kill, but the last
he leveled up right when he used it too. So that's why.
So I mean, you're looking at fighting a Cho'Gath while Cho'Gath's level 6 while you're level 5. You're not gonna win that one. And it's not looking good for Vey as in the bot side. We do see a massive CS lead coming out for Lambo as the Boneskewer will go wide, and another push down to the turret as Hoth taking so much damage under the turret. And once Lambo hits level 6, we might just see an ult just ripped and just killing out the Mila.
That is what I would do if I were Smolder in that case. You get that thing, just slam that button as hard as you can and hope you catch.
Oh, never mind. We got a roam from Kumi.
Oh, no.
So I think it does not matter. Oh.
Free kill for Kumi. Oh, never mind. Kumi's dead. Oh, okay.
Oh.
He misses the Q with the clones.
It doesn't matter. Oh, this might be a gifted kill, but no. Giggle is just going to be on the side, and Kumi's just going to get the kill back. And, CS is just hitting the towers. You're seeing a dirty 1 CS lead for the Smolder in the bot lane with 1 kill advantage, but the XP is just going heavily in favor of Lambo right now.
Yeah, it's rough. He's 37 CS down in 7 minutes. At this rate, he'll be lucky to average 5 CS a minute. Your early lane top laner in Olaf is 0-2 and is getting whooped by the Cho'Gath. And I understand we want to fight at half HP. But Cho'Gath does have ult again. So all he has to do
is... Yeah, the Feast is available. So 1 more Rupture and will actually probably put Vey into 1 or 2 autos kill range. So
Yeah.
Vay does have to be a little bit careful.
And we haven't
I-
seen much from the junglers this game too. Shyvana
I like
and
the way
Lilia.
Toddy's playing too.
Yeah. Oh, here we go. Piece is coming.
This might be actually Vay. I think Toddy. Oh wait. Yeah, I
He-
think Toddy
he
made a
could've taken
mistake.
that. Yeah.
Instead of going up for trying to get the auto, I think you just let Vay come to you, and so you silence, use your E and get your
Mhm.
rupture off and easily win that fight. But instead, Toddy ran up and allowed Vay to get the first auto off and able to, just keep on consistently healing with the passive.
Oh, Swedish walked up too far. There comes out the cage, but no ult from the Zed. Probably didn't
Yeah,
think he
nope.
had the damage for it.
And in the bot side, we still see the massive CS lead. The hubris is complete for Lambo, so that's a lot of damage in the arsenal of the Smolder, and that's going to be the ultimate use on Swedish Pancakes. Flash out, but Swedish Pancakes is going to be able to get the return kill. Would have probably gotten the return kill if T-Wayne didn't take it, but still positive gold for the
Yeah.
side of Imperials. And T-Wayne, all they have to use is Flash, and that's, or not T-Wayne, Swedish just had to use Flash, but, all in all, pretty decent, as Swedish Pancakes is up in CS right now.
Yeah, it's definitely favorable for the Viger there. Obviously, you'd like to get the kill to get that gold on him as well, since he is at this point going to be your only carry, with the way that Nyla is now down 40 CS or close to it.
Oh, in the top side. It really is complete, so Toddy should be okay. It's just going to take a little bit of damage from these axes. So the Rupture used, the Feast is available, and...
Toddy does need to acquire...
Oh, wait, here it is. Done.
Yeah. I was going to say that Toddy should probably acquire a Thorn Mail just to help him out with the Olaf healing later on, but it doesn't matter.
Oh,
if
well,
Olaf can
Flash
dodge
and all. So Giggle is... Oh, they're separated, but we got Giggle getting the kill onto the Neela, and Giggle will unfortunately go down. It's a double kill for T-Wayne, so you're seeing a 3-0 Shyvana. This game is actually tied, almost tied in gold right now, so, not the worst going on. Oath almost got the double right there, but they were just a little bit off of just getting the execute. I don't think they actually had Collector, but they were so close to getting the kill damage onto both Lambo and Giggle.
Yeah, it's definitely going that way. On the bright side, though, Shyvana is getting a lead, and when Shyvana starts getting ahead, it is very, very noticeable. So we'll kind of have to see how this has to play out. It's worth... Oh, yep.
Toddy has to be careful, because...
Toddy's dead.
Yeah, Toddy's dead.
There's a three-man top. The Lullaby is probably going to come out here. Kumi's going to pick up the kill to get some more gold on him. That's ideal.
Actually, I think you give it to Jake, honestly, if I'm being completely honest, because Lilia is a very lethal threat.
Yes, she is. When she gets fed,
but
she is unstoppable.
I will say this is the first game where we see T-Wayne actually having more of an early game impact than Jake. And a lot of that could be because Jake is playing Lilia, but still, when you're Shyvana, having this much of impact this early is pretty crazy.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Especially for a champ that's known for farming until 6, They've gotten both dragons up to this point, provided that Kittens don't look to contest, and it doesn't look like they are.
And all 3 grubs, by the way. So.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, well, it looks like they have the advantage top side right now with 3 of them being bot side. If they make a play for it right now, they could be okay. I feel like what Kittens has to do here is slow down the pace of the game.
Kumi actually takes a shadow in, and I think Kumi just might be dead here as a Flash is not available.
Yeah, so they're just killing them. He's just killed himself for zero reason. Maybe he had a rough day at work or something, but I just...
Eclipse finally completed for Kumi, and I think that was a misstep on using the W twice, where you accidentally go to your shadow instead of just using your combo. So, Lambo,
it does
doing so much damage that W just it does like probably 250 damage to Oath and stacks at 105. So
very close to getting halfway
good timing.
Yeah. Another thing to notice too is that while the Imperials have completed the objective feats, obviously by getting 6 grubs and 2 drakes, they did lose the feats of warfare, and bot lane is about to go down. Just to point out, the Imperials have not...
Ultimate does come out. Lambo, with a good bubble, and that's just going to be a dead Oath with that one. With the Comet actually is the thing to secure that kill. But good CC chain by Giggle, getting the bubble into the tidal wave and just being... Death?
Oh, Smolder's good, but there comes the Shyvana. Shyvana does not
Shyvana
have
does
ult.
not have the
They just need to hit the
so-
turret. Hit the turret, get
Yeah.
feet to get out.
All they
That's
have to
all
do
you
is
have
hit
to
the
do.
turret, and it's easy.
I will
The
say though,
top side,
five
you see another rumble
Five
between
plates.
both Vey.
over to Smolder is wild. That's a lot of gold for him.
It's
to
like
have.
5.5. Calm down.
5.5 is not better. That's halfway to 6.
Not sorry, not
and,
5.5. It's like half. It's 2.5. Sorry.
There
Because
goes.
you're sharing that gold with your Nami
Nami.
most as well. But with topside Toddy, will need to flash as the ultimate does come out for Vey. But look
Oh.
at that. The flash just buys enough time. The feast is available, and that's just going to be a kill for Toddy. Just being able to just play off the timings and the rupture landing, just allowing Toddy to just get that kill. That's going to be 3 feast stacks, I believe, for Toddy.
That is. It does seem like if I Pokemon playing producer could click on Cho'Gath, I would appreciate it. So we could see. Thank you. He already did. I appreciate you. There's that 3 stacks there. You were correct.
T Wayne is just come in. Toddy's is dead. The rupture does miss as T Wayne flashes over the rupture, and it looks like we're gonna have a lane swap here as with the bot tower destroyed. Lambo and Giggle are just gonna come to the
Here
mid
comes the
lane
Pike.
and then try to get damage on the mid
Coming
lane
from the
tower.
side.
But death.
He ran
This is
circles
both-
around him.
Oh,
And
wait.
Death's gone too. Boom.
I think he just walked in there, but I think he was dead either way. So that's so much damage. And right now,
I think that's
remember, Lambo does have hubris.
yeah. So it's like I think that's 2 kills already on the Hubris.
No,
he
it's
bought
like
that
3.
3. Yeah. No, it's
Wait. No, it's 2.
See, don't you correct me. No, I'm kidding. But nah, man, this is just a bad situation, actively getting worse. Here comes Swedish, with the
Oh,
flash
that's
in.
a good baby cage. Swedish Pancakes will be able to lock down Lambo, and that's gonna be a kill going off for both Neela and.
Oh, Kumi's not
Swedish.
paying attention.
Yeah,
Walked right
T-Wayne
into
is
the
just-
Shyvana.
Yeah, T-Wayne is actually doing so much damage. The ultimate used by Kumi to just get out of dodge, and that's gonna be without that ultimate when this dragon spawns. Actually, no, they're gonna have it, but Death is
This
gonna
is
actually look for this
crazy.
kill, but
Oh
Uh-oh.
no! Oh no, buddy! Yeah, you better get
Death is
the
just
hell
running
out of
away.
dodge.
Jake wants his kill.
I dipped too. I flashed and missed my ult. I'm out of there, dude. My bad.
Yeah. It's funny enough, it's like that could have been Death actually picking up that kill. That would have been absolutely huge as they were going to be able to get a lot of priority in this bot side. And Swedish Pancakes finishing the Rod of Ages is working on the Archangels. They have a lot of damage right now, as we saw in mid lane that Lambo was in a bad spot. They got punished for it. Lambo is still working on their second item, but when that is complete, that's going to be a lot of damage dealt to the front line of Imperials. But T Wayne working on the Leandries, and this is a very, very dangerous Shyvana right now.
Yeah, no, T-Wayne is definitely. I feel like T-Wayne has definitely proved that the issue with this series has not been jungle gap. He has played admirably, more so very well in my opinion.
Oh, Vey's in
certainly.
this area right now, and
Oh.
actually just running in, just ready to.
Where's the rest of his
rumble.
team? What are they doing?
That's
Are
absolutely.
you
insane
guys
that he almost
AFK?
got
They're
that kill.
AFK.
I don't know. I think that was they
Oh.
didn't want to fight there, but the Lilting Lullaby will
Vey
land
just
on
forced
T
it?
Wayne, and T Wayne is just gonna get CC chained, and I think that's just gonna be a dead Shyvana as Feast does land, and we have the backside as Oath is just fighting Kumi 1v1, and that's just gonna be the pop from the ultimate from Kumi, and that just was a disorganized fight from Imperials as we saw Vey Kasha just go by themselves trying to kill Lambo, almost did so, but.
Yeah. Giggle
It
flashes
just
into the
became
Pike.
very, very chaotic, and now it looks like the third dragon will be sick. Actually, not
Up
the third
by
dragon,
Swedish.
First dragon. Yeah, I think
Here
Swedish
comes
is fine.
Smolder. No,
Swedish
he's
is not fine.
Oh, never mind. They went for death instead. All right, both of them lives, but yeah, no. Vey running into that definitely concerning, given the fact that the rest of his team kind of just watched him do it. I definitely wonder if there was a little bit of a communication issue on whether or not they did want to fight, and Vey just decided to force it for zero reason.
They almost got that kill.
He
and-
100% did, but if his team went in with him, they did get a kill. All
Yeah,
T-Wayne had to
They
do
at least
there
they
was
at least have a decent fight, and Vey's gonna get this top lane turret, and it's actually gonna turn on to Toddy. The ultimate is not available from either top laner, but Vey is gonna be able to get a decent amount of damage down, and is just gonna push his tower in, and look for a reset, but we see how dangerous that this Olaf pick can be in those team fights. As you had a Smolder that would look like that they're just gonna have the best game of their life, only sitting at 5-3 right now. And Caution has just found Giggle in the jungle, and they're looking for a fight. As T-Wayne does have the ultimate available, and that's gonna be a blown up Nami. And Jake is next on the menu.
Here comes Smolder with the ult down. Smolder's in a little bit of a rough spot.
Out. So
yeah,
Imperials playing like they're ahead right now, and you have a 5-1 Shyvana, and they're going to start up the Rift Herald just to make sure they get a little bit more ability to break open these turrets. And we have a very, very close game.
Yeah, they're like, do not let the score fool you in that point. Like, this game is very close, even with Smolder being ahead. Now, don't get me wrong, they're on a little bit of a timer. Smolder saw the pike and ease over the wall to safety, but they are on a little bit of a timer. They do have their own, or Imperials do have their own scaling threat in the Viger, but the Zed is also fed as well. And when the Zed's ahead, he can pretty much neutralize anything Viger's trying to do at that point. So it's,
well, the timer also involves Anila, though. Because it's a very dangerous champion later on. And oh my god, that W does so much damage.
That right there is why I'm not worried about it. The Smolder is practically shitting damage at this point, even with, just one item. And correct me if I'm wrong, what is he building into there? I see a Last Whisper and a Zeal.
It's, I think they're going for...
A Terminus? That's not Terminus, is it?
No. Go for it. I thought... Yeah,
okay.
I think they're going last. Mortal actually would be a pretty solid item here, but I think they're gonna split.
Oh yeah. No, I would.
They're going Lord Doms, but like.
No, Mortal should be the play here because Shyvana's going to be going Riftmaker at some point, and that healing is going to get irritating. You have the healing off of Pike and his stealth, and then you have
Death actually is going to be able to get out, but oh my god, the pop just absolutely just explodes Death, and Death will meet their death as that's going to be a shove in the bot lane, as both Swedish Pancakes and T-Wayne should be able to take this turret down, especially with the help of the Rift. They might actually threaten the second tower.
They have in fact hit. They will in fact hit the second tower with the Rift Herald. Okay, maybe he won't. What the? That is the worst driving skills I've ever seen.
All right, let me. Swedish accidentally dodges that actually, but we might have a fight going on. That's a flash from Jake. The bubble will hit T-Wayne. T-Wayne will have to flash out. The tidal wave comes out. Lambo is actually going super aggressive here as they want to try to look for this fight. As Oath is in the area and they will be able to. Wow, Lambo just gets blown up by both Oath and Swedish Pancakes, and wow, that was kind of absurd in my opinion. And top side, we have Caution just knocking on the door of the tier 2.
Yeah, I will
be a cleanup right here.
I will give Kittens credit. They are showing how to make Fed Smolder look balanced. That is impressive.
Yeah. I think Kumi needs to be careful as Caution will actually just kill the Zed.
Nope.
Oh, never mind.
He bursts him.
I lied.
Toddy is trying to 2v1 here. He does not have Feast, but he is getting bigger. I definitely think that Kittens, like I said before, Kittens need to slow down the game and just let Smolder get his stacks and start scaling harder. They're amping up the pace too much.
Toddy did use the Feast on to Swedish Pancakes, and he is actually very strong with both the Shurelias and the Deadmans completed.
Think tilted.
Disrespect.
He backs again. Right back. He just.
He's just trying to flip this.
Yeah. Well, he has Feast up. It's up in like 5 seconds.
Yeah, he just got Feast up. He was like, I'm gonna bait this, but yeah, look how many wards are in those bushes.
Why the? This is where all your vision's going, by the way. Look at the rest of the map. It's as dark. The fog of war is dense.
It's because of the fight in the bot side. They wanted to make sure that they can't hide in the bush, but the dragon is coming up, and getting this dragon would be absolutely massive for Imperials. Swedish Pancake was knocked up, but that was a good baby cage as they're gonna.
It doesn't look like it'll matter because he's gonna get knocked up again here. Oh, never mind, he missed it.
No, one more auto. He's just dead. Oh no.
Oh, well, like I said, Smolder is 225 now, FYI. We do have the execute on. So we are in a very rough spot.
Oh, they're
Smolder's
doing
going to
collapse
get
right
run
here.
at.
They're in a very bad spot. The execution just misses, but they're all in a choke as T Wayne is just doing so much damage with Vague Caution. The ultimate is used by Kumi to try to get a couple back, but that's not going to be enough. Jake is going to be on the run. The Swedish Pancake just cleans that up, and that's just going to be an ace right there. So fast. They chased the kills, but they didn't respect the counter engage once you use all your abilities.
Yeah, so I will say this, Imperials has definitely made the comeback. Maybe getting rid of the AD carry was the solution all along. What do you think? We got the wrong person?
I don't think that's the difference maker here. I think the difference maker is that this team comp actually makes a little bit more sense than they had.
Yeah, it actually seems a little coherent. Huh, I wonder how that works. Maybe it's like this would have happened last game if we didn't pick Pantheon with Jinx.
Even though Oath did have a really rough laning phase, they've been doing a lot of damage if they're able to. Like, it's goes very well with T Wayne, Pancakes, and Death. Even though I don't think Death has actually landed an ultimate yet, it still does wonders with this entire comp. And we're seeing a Smoller that started 3-0.
It's now 5-5.
It's 5-5. Has the stacks. Has 60 CS above the Neela, but I feel like it doesn't matter. Never mind. Oath is dead.
Okay, see, when you do things like that, right, it feels like it's 1 step forward, 2 steps back in that case, because you should not be there. And there is also, like, Giggle's going to get the vision over here to see the Shyvana, and then he's going to get engaged on, it looks like. Never mind. But no, like I said, they need to slow the pace of this game down and just try to get to 30, 40 minutes where Smolder can really start excelling. I understand that does involve letting the Viger get to that point too, but this is why you pick for the execute. They also have to watch for those flanks. Or your AD carry face checking Smolder.
T Wayne is actually in a very bad spot. Just tries to go in with that, and that's just gonna be a death. And we're gonna see Swedish Pancakes
is gonna get lulled
probably
here
go
by
down
the
as
lullaby.
well. The ultimate is available. It's not gonna do anything as they did not get low enough. As Toddy and Vague Caution are just gonna brawl the top side. Toddy's playing this very well as they didn't want to go for the all-out kill, and that's just gonna be the Atacon going over to Kittens. And wow, wait, you don't want to do that.
Oh,
I think Kumi's is dead.
Zed. You're not him. Stop. You are making it worse.
A lot of people make the mistake of how much damage reduction that Neela gets with the ultimate, and it looks like Death is trying to do something. Oh, okay. That could have been close. Oh, Death is dead.
No, he didn't get the execute yet, and Toddy is going to murder. Dude,
you sure about that? You sure about that?
I'm 100% sure at that, but this doesn't, like, I don't know what this guy's aversion is to heal cut, but buy it. Get a Thorn Mail. You will be fine. It's not hard.
I mean, the items that Toddy has right now is... Oath is just going to clean this up.
It's still, no, he gets a Thorn Mail and this isn't a problem. Like, he needs it next. And it looks like he's going for Rift. He just bought a Haunting Guise.
Yeah, he is going for Rift.
Again, like, I'm not opposed to it if you build that, but you at least buy a Thorn Mail, maybe instead of the Deadmans, because you have the Shirelias. I understanding you're wanting to keep up with some of them because they are a little bit more on the mobile side, but if you're going to be side laning as much as the Olaf as much as you are,
I think he could have, instead of, this is one thing, is like, he doesn't really need to go for the Olaf fights. He could just keep poking down and then go it all out when, like, Olaf is very low. So he doesn't really need Thorn Mail if he's just playing for this quick burst and backing off.
Yeah, but knowing Toddy, he doesn't do that. That's not his playstyle on top lane. Over 3 games, he hasn't done that a single fucking time. Just buy Thorn Man, and play the way you want to play. It's not hard. It's 800 gold.
In the top side, we have all champions. Yeah, Jake is just get spot out in vision, and Lambo and Giggle are just going to run around. But it's going to be a Baron most likely for Imperials. But Lambo does have a lot of damage. Ultimate's going to be used as to burst out whatever they have.
Olaf's down. Never mind.
Are you sure about that?
I was hoping for it, but
Olaf. Let's see if Kumi's might
can get something here.
Taking so much damage right now.
They do get it. He ults the wrong person. Does get the does get the Nyla.
They actually didn't ult the wrong person. He tried to kill both at the same time, but it was very, very, very scattered. They could have actually contested that if Smolder and Nami and Zed played all together, but instead they just went one by one. into the
Yeah.
tower, and that's just gonna give Imperials the advantage as they are sitting on about a 5k gold lead. They're just taking out down these side lane turrets, and now the soul point is coming up in about 30 seconds.
Yeah, this is definitely the very different Imperial scene that we played that we played against. Excuse me, that we've seen tonight, compared to the first two games. And so we'll just have to see. Again, I keep repeating myself because they're still not doing it. They're still going pedal to the metal, trying to fight constantly and whatnot. Your jungler is what 70 CS down, something like pretty close to it. Your mid laner is also down a ton of CS as well. Like, it seems like the issue here is that Kittens have forgotten that waves do matter. You can't let
looks like-
Shyvana.
Yeah, looks like
There's
Vay is
Vay.
actually going to go down. Nope, never, too much healing right there, but actually the shutdown does come out as Dottie will be in the area to try to just silence Oath down, but that's a good ultimate by the Neela as they're going to be able to do a lot of damage to Jake. Jake has to go running as T-Wayne is on the hunt as T-Wayne will just get the kill. Death and Oath are just so separated right now as they are actually going to look to go for the kill on the, but so far we have a 2 for 2 as both carries are main carries are pretty much down for both sides.
Yeah, I'm honestly a little confused as to how they're playing. Smolder is constantly getting in a position where he can get
Death
run on.
just sitting on a ward, just ends up just giving up a free kill to Kumi, and Dragon has been started, but there's no smite on the side of Kittens, but they do have the feast available.
Yeah, they have the Cho'Gath Beast. That outdoes Smite. At this rank, it's 1800.
It does,
so.
but you got to be careful of T-Wayne trying to fight, and that's a TP coming in. That's going to be
That's Olaf.
Vay caution. Yeah. So this most likely will actually be the Dragon.
He's going to flash over and steal it.
He's going to flash over, yeah.
Oh,
he
okay.
didn't get the feast off.
I guess he forgot how to press R. That's okay. Oath nearly dies there to the Smolder executes. Olaf is going to go down here to the Smolder execute as they're charging in. Here
Oh, that's
comes
a bit
the ult.
Swirl Seed.
Here
That's going to
comes-
hit.
Yep.
Wait,
there's
that's
that.
Swirl Seed not hit?
No, it did. I don't think she pressed the button.
Oh, the Lilton Lullaby is not available, but
Yeah.
So that's Soul for
That
Imperials.
is
and
Infernal Soul.
I honestly think that Kittens could have played that much better. They could have played it just to poke out while Imperials was on the Dragon, but instead they went behind the pit and looked for the Flash Feast. Try to secure that, but they're just too late on the play.
Yeah, agreed. Kittens went from looking very cohesive and having a plan each game to they very clearly have more fun
Christ, that
this.
damage.
Yeah. Holy
Yeah,
moly.
Death is taking almost their entire health bar with 2 abilities from Smolder. However, the hubris on that Smolder hasn't really gotten a lot of stacks in the past like 15 minutes as they're sitting only on 31 bonus damage with
Yeah.
or 31 bonus 80. So I think the Essence River build might have been better now.
No,
They
it
were very
100%
far ahead.
would have been. They were very far ahead. They couldn't have thought how this played out. But the fact of the matter is that now it looks a little bad, given the circumstances of the game. About 25 minutes later, like I said, it boils down to them just playing this comp improperly. Once they got the lead, they started getting away from their particular strengths of it, just because Oath and Death were, with respect, running it for the first 10 minutes of the game.
Yeah, I think there's one thing come out is both Jake and Giggle have Grievous Wounds now. Jake
Thank
is
God,
so
someone
far
bought it.
behind. Jake only has 2 and a little bit of change of items in their inventory, while they're facing against T-Wayne, who has 4 completed items.
Yeah, and here comes top lane again fighting. I want to point out that Olaf has 2 healing items, and the main guy he's been fighting the entire time does not have any heal cut. Here comes some of the heal cut
Jake
right
actually
now.
on the side, and they're gonna try to collapse on Olaf, but Jake is just getting absolutely just murdered.
Yeah,
But we have Lambo
There
in
goes
the
Olaf.
area, and they're just gonna be able to kill off both those members so quickly as the damage just chained all together was enough to take down T-Wayne. And we do have Jake looking for in the mid lane, but they're just gonna get bone skewered. They're just gonna get caught. They're just probably gonna get ulted. Oates just gets that kill, and you're just giving up a free one back.
Yeah, he got a little overzealous. I think it's easy to forget that Lilligan moves a lot faster compared to the rest of the team.
That's
There
gonna be
goes-
killed.
Oh,
And Oats just dies too, so that's gonna be a 2-for-1. Is we do see Lambo give up their life, but they're able to secure 2 with the execution. Toddy's pushing up the top side. They're gonna try to get some gold back in their pockets, and it's very, very big if they're able to get this smolder to their next item and also getting more gold on the Lilia. And that's going to be Kumi going down for the shadows. Probably going to ult and look for the kill on the Swedish Pancakes, but Swedish Pancakes just has the Archangel available. And that pop, it just does so much, and they're going to be able to get that. Plus, they're able to get the tier 2 top side.
That is the first ace that we've seen this game on either
No,
side.
we saw another one.
We saw another one? Never mind then. That's
Yeah.
the second ace.
We saw a very weird one that ended up being everyone dead, like, even though it was a very scattered fight. But that was very solid as they were able to get a good fight going. They were able to pick off both Faye and T1 at the same time and keep Lambo safe. That's a big key here. Is if they keep the Smoller safe, this Smoller will do a lot of damage. But there's been a lot of fights where Smoller just gets targeted by this Olaf or targeted by the Shavada, and there's no help whatsoever. Everyone's just playing too far, and they lose a lot of their damage.
Yeah, agreed. It definitely does hurt them, especially when they're trying to fight it. They don't have a lot of that damage there. It looks like we have Elder coming up in a minute and a half. Baron is spawned. At this point, you kind of got to decide to yourselves, which objective do you want to handshake?
Uh-oh, I've seen this before. Oh my god.
Oh no. Come on, man.
I think
you can't
Lambo's
be doing
just
this.
dead here.
Yep.
Yep.
Got popped by the Shivani E. Yeah, see, that's what I'm talking about. Lambo goes from playing super well to doing things like that, where he's just very obviously somewhere where he's not supposed to be as a smolder. Like,
especially like when you know it's possibly warded and you're against a Pike, and that's going to be a dead Lilia as well. And we're just going to see Kumi try to get some return kills, and that pop will be enough to kill out the Pike. We do have a flank from Toddy, and Toddy does have an angle to look for something here, as both Vey and Swedish are pretty low, and the team fight's getting kind of split.
Oh, there's
the flash chop enough. And look what we have here is in 42 seconds is gonna be the Elder Dragon, and we won't see Vey for the first 5 seconds that TP is available. So next big objective on the board is gonna be Baron and the Elder. We might see a fight at the Elder, and that fight might just end the game as Oath taking so much damage.
Yeah, they take this inner here and go get and have priority in the lane and go back and run for Dragon. T-Wayne's down there right now. I think they know he's there. It looks like they're running towards him pretty aggressively. They're popping the blast cone. T-Wayne's running down towards bot side. He is running right into the Nami, mind you. There goes the Zed ult.
I don't
Everyone
think they're gonna be able
misses
to get enough
everything.
damage on T-Wayne to get this kill, and even the tidal wave was used, so Plow was used to get absolutely nothing besides the ultimate. The ultimate was big to get out, but when you use both that ultimate and the tidal wave for this, it's gonna be
Oh, come on, Lambo. What are you doing?
Lambo actually just gets caught once again, just gets a one shot, and that's just gonna be an advantageous fight for Imperials. It's a 5v4.
This is
only
probably
one
game
hope
here
here.
if they lose. If
Jake
Toddy
will
has-
need to look for a big steal here to save the game. And will they do it though? But the Elder is secured by T-Wayne, and T-Wayne is just going to be able to go crazy here with Vey. Oh, big sleep actually, but it doesn't mean anything, as that should be the game, as Lambo steps up once again way too far, just takes a skewer to the face, and that's just going to be a ticket for Imperial to make a comeback and, extend the night a little bit longer.
Yeah, that's wild to me. Why is Lambo doing that? Like, there is zero reason for him to be walking up there, and he's just deciding.
They might not. Oh, uh-oh.
Here comes Kumi going in. There comes the knockup from Cho'Gath. Things are a little bit safe. If Kumi walks out,
How much
he is
damage to the
dead.
back line? Oh, that's just gonna be a chop soon? See,
Nope, there's the
Too much
there's the
healing.
heal. Yep, that's what I'm saying. No heal cut
Lambo's
though.
back.
Don't worry, Cho'Gath doesn't need it, guys.
Lambo's back. Wait, I don't.
Oh,
gotta be
here comes.
Oh my god!
No,
not
dude,
again.
don't fucking do it. Oh my god. Okay, someone check this guy's PayPal. I have to say it. That's fucking ridiculous. You cannot do that for the third time in a row.
It's so much face checking. It's just.
When are you
When
gonna
you're
learn?
Doing your team main damage of DPS, you can't just straight up just go in without vision anywhere, or you're just gonna get caught. And that's exactly how Imperial has been getting back in this game. It's
Yeah.
when Lambo keeps face checking as the main damage and without any support in the area.
Like what? I can't fathom it. Nothing about this makes sense to me as like. And the worst part is that that's the whole like you said, that's the whole reason they're back in the game. It is Lambo misplaying. Kumi and Tonti are trying their hardest to keep this game under control, and it's just, you know what, I truly think we should be blessed that he can't play Smolder a second time, because I don't think I could watch this again.
He has damage when he plays with his team. He's able to do a lot, but oh, this is gonna be a big damage for Smolder in this fight. But
They blow
unfortunately,
up
the Elder is still available. The Bone Skewers are coming from the side, and they should be able to clear this second wave. Oh, they
There's
have
still
to be able to
damage
be
coming out. Yeah, they can win. Oh,
Oh my god, that's so much damage. What?
that is a
This should be
13
game
and 4, Shyvana. That is game. We are 2-1, ladies and gentlemen, in favor of Kittens.
Yeah, there's gonna be a cleaning up with 6 Grubs, 4 Dragons in the Elder. It's gonna be Imperial making the comeback, and we're gonna extend the night a little bit more. And you know, T Wayne actually stepped it up a lot this game.
Yeah, T Wayne carried them this game. That is
It was a very well played game by T Wayne, and I honestly think that O's just keeping up their head and just playing their game and just trying to get whatever they can get worked out. Faye, even though it looked very interesting early on, they were able to put so much pressure that I think it kind of put Kittens in a very, very scattered mindset of what they needed to do. Kittens did have abilities to come in, but it felt like just clearing vision, playing as a team to clear vision, and getting to being in places that you're not in a very dangerous spot was a big issue. And especially when you're a damage dealer, either if you're the Zed or the Smolder, being in a spot that you can make a play without just getting one shot is very important. And Imperials was able to make that comeback happen, and we're going to see a game 4.
Yeah, absolutely. I just want to also give a reminder for everyone: if you are a player, do not type in the stream chat, focus on your series. Thank you.
All right, when we come back, we'll be back with game 4. we are back, and we are fearless. So game 4, we have. Oh, okay. They're just trying to make it faster. So Imperials will actually have 0 bans, and I think they swap sides, right?
Yeah, I think they took red again. Also, we do want to let everyone know that it is 2-1 for the series score right now. Imperials were able to finally take a game off the back of T-Wayne. So ideally, we're looking to see something a little bit more spicy for game 4. If this goes to 5, please don't.
Yep. And you see the brand first pick. That's for the Kittens, and I wonder if that's going to be the brand at Jungle. Pretty sure Jake likes that.
I would like to request the flipping. I actually believe Imperial are.
Yeah, Kittens are red side, I believe. Yeah,
Kittens
they
are
did
red
flip
side.
sides.
So we do need to flip. Need to flip that around. There is a brand B1 like you mentioned. There's Karthus R2. Let's see what we got going on here.
Yeah, and also Kittens. Actually no, Imperials do not have a ban in this game, and Kittens will receive the extra ban in compensation. So Kittens do have 4 bans, and so they will get their pick of the litter of what they really want. Pun not intended. And we will see the Karthus Zaya picks on R1, R2.
Yeah, definitely a little bit more intense. Thank you to my beautiful producer for getting the scores updated and the things switched. There may be an issue with the draft due to a misclick, but we'll see what happens. I have misclicked in my time before. A brand Ezreal Karma coming out from the side of Imperials for the first phase. We'll see what R3 is. Any day now.
Seraphine.
Seraphine.
Leona. I'm actually surprised Leona hasn't been picked like earlier.
Yeah,
Okay.
honestly, I was kind of thinking like you'd pick Leona maybe into the Alistar lane, but apparently we still won't get a Leona pick. We'll get not Alistar, Maokai. We have Zaya, Maokai, Karthus. Definitely a lot of lockup for the Zaya ult and her E. Also a lot of lockup for Karthus, just kind of sit there and do his thing as well.
Yeah. They're taking away the Camille. I think they're going to target Vey, obviously, in this top side.
Agreed.
A lot of Vey's like super like interesting picks are just gonna be gone, and obviously that's the only band they actually got. The other bands were just throwaways. They just want to get this done with this draft a little bit quicker. So we're gonna see what we have for R4.
Right. Sooner rather. R4 Malzahar. Okay. Definitely a little bit on the AP heavy side here. I take that back. That's Talia.
I mean, it's still pretty AP heavy, but
Yeah, it's still definitely AP heavy. They do have the tank covered up there, so it does open up Vey. For that does open up Vey to kind of go any one of his carry picks or anything and the like. We do have the Trundle coming in as well. That might be Trundle jungle, honestly.
No. I think it's gonna be Trundle top. I'm willing to put money on it.
You want to put money on it?
I'll be willing to put money on it.
1 Taco Bell McRib.
Where the hell am I gonna get that?
I don't know. You're the one who made it up. You tell me.
Well, you get it at Taco Bell, obviously. But I think it's Trundle top. I think that's what Vey likes to pick.
Hey, bully! You want to put money on that, huh?
No.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Anyway, so that's Trundle jungle.
Yeah, it's Trundle.
I would like to make it.
Do I? Hold on. We might see a Darius pick come now.
No way.
Hold up.
No way.
Here comes Zion. Damn.
I was about to say, if they pick Darius here, they have so much stuff to stop him. That would be. He'd never get on anyone.
I want to see the toddy Darius.
Sion is the pick there, though.
I do like Sion. It does give you a decent amount of tankiness, and you do have a lot of damage already with the Talia, Zaya, and Karthus. So
yeah, no, I agree. I don't. Go ahead.
But I want to see the Toddy Darius.
You want to see Toddy Darius at least once tonight? Well, hopefully, maybe they'll make this a 2-2 series.
If it
But
goes to game 5, well.
but you know,
But I think I like this comp a lot more than it seems a lot more Kitten-esque, in my opinion, than what
I would
they
agree.
had in the previous games. They do have a lot of CC and a lot of damage coming out from the Karthus. They're able to play a lot of fights very, very easily with the Talia wall, or just like, sieging with the Nature's Grasp. So I like how this is played. It's going to be very interesting though, because Imperial does have a lot of damage to just, kind of kite back or, melt the front line as a front to back comp. So
Yeah.
we could see a very, very interesting positioning on each objective. If Imperials wants to play, they need to make sure that they aren't getting flanked for one, because if they get flanked, that's going to be very dangerous. Two, they need to really play with their Mega Nard plus their brand combo, because being able to spread that passive onto everyone and that ultimate onto everyone is very, very big, just to make sure that they can have a easier chance to win these team fights.
Absolutely, and it's something to keep in mind as well, is that especially with Trundle being able to neutralize one of the two big frontliners they have is going to make life easy. I definitely think that in terms of extended fights as well, I do think it does favor Kittens a little bit. After the Trundle ult weighs out, and you got, like I said, they can also kite back as well with the Talia. They have the Xayah to get out of it. They have a good amount of CC with the Wall of Pain, Maokai Q, all of that stuff. I definitely think we could see a little bit more nuanced team fighting for both teams here, rather than the balls to the wall, pedal to the metal, face check the brush before Baron.
Does bring into another issue I have, which I have an issue with a lot of their comps, is that they don't have a good engage on the side of them. They're basically relying on R, or just running at them.
Yeah,
So
or a
they're pretty
Trundle
much
pillar
playing-
to wall someone off in a choke point. You're
Yeah.
relying on pick.
They're pretty much relying on pick or poke to just being able to play these team fights. But I'm
Mhm.
not a big fan of that, because especially if you're trying to siege, your siege potential is going to be very, very diminished if you're trying to look for, any kind of dive, any kind of team fight when you're trying to take advantage of an overstay or something like that. Yes, they could use the Karma, Mantra E, and speed everyone up, and they could start running at Mach 10, but one Maokai ultimate will stop all that, or one, I don't know, Talia can slow everyone down. Like it's very hard to just try to fight them straight up into a fight, because you're just gonna be able to just get rooted up by Xayah. You're just gonna take a lot of damage from the Talia. You're gonna get a lot of damage from the Karthus. The Scion is just probably gonna turn on you, and eventually you're just gonna have to run away. But when we come back, we'll see how these team fights work, as we are gonna go to a game 4. And Imperials are mounting the comeback. They're trying to climb the wall to bring to a game 5 for some silver scrapes.
Absolutely. And just before we go to break, I'd like to welcome the viewing party from Blue Otter with a party of 38. Congratulations to Skeletons for winning. Obviously, we'll get the series score and everything once that's posted. Congrats, guys. Enjoy your night.
Alright, welcome back. We have an exciting one today, as you know, we thought it was going to be a 3-0, but an E-sub comes in Oath, the confidence booster, brings up his team to greatness, as Game 4 is on our shoulders, and we got some interesting comms. As this time, no shenanigans. We're looking at a 5-point, just trying to poke each other out. And let's see who gets the first set of damage. No one.
No one is going to do anything.
Fantastic. And
Sounds about right.
it looks like if you look at bot lane, actually, Death is standing on a ward trying to cheese, and that's a very cheeky ward placed by Lambo. Knowing that there's a possibility of some kind of shenanigans, and so I want to see how they try to punish this.
It's very funny. I think they know they're there. Because I could see this going poorly if Trundle decides to sandwich them, right? But it looks like he's going in for the vision.
Then you just lose your jungle pathing and clear and stuff like that. So
yeah,
I mean,
they're going to know Karthus is starting.
There's a good chance they act like they're not there and then go on top of them to just fight, because they will draw the minion away to them. Or they could just do that and just be like, get out of my jungle or my bush.
Apparently the jungle's in bot lane now. Good to know. But
yeah. It is my jungle now. Oh, the Mantra Q does miss. So, that's usually a good bit of damage. We see T Wayne going from buff to buff, I believe, or they are going to... Yeah, they're going buff to buff, so they're just trying to make sure they get their buff secured, while we see Jake just getting low for the full clear on the card. This, as always, as you need to do, because you're trying to see us up and get fed enough to start one-shotting people with your Requiem.
Absolutely. I think we're probably going to... Well, I was going to say we're going to see a gank top lane, but Nar's pretty pushed in at the moment, so I think he'll probably just do some clear. Karthus is making his way over. He did full clear his bot side, making his way over to Raptors now. They are tracking him very well. The Gnar does have priority, so if Trundle decides to get frisky and go after the Karthus, he does have that option. He takes the long way to his Krugs.
Yeah. In the mid lane, Kumi is getting poked out pretty heavily, as Kumi did start the Archangel, so does not have a lot of health, but that is going to be a lot of damage going down to Pancakes, but Pancakes is going to turn that around, but it's going to be a 1-for-1 with, I believe it was Kumi getting the first kill, I think.
It was Kumi getting the first kill. Kumi got first blood. Out goes there. Trundle did walk over to check Karthus's Krugs to see if he was there. Marked the missing. Doesn't know where he is, but he's very obviously on his red buffs and appears to be a pretty normal clear nowadays.
That's actually a very positive trade for Kumi. Not only did they get first blood, but they also get the flash out of Swedish Pancakes.
Yep.
And we're going to see a return gank, and that's going to be a good seismic shove from Kumi. And I think Pancakes is going to TP back and TP dead, as Jake was able to assist with that one, just waiting for that, and that was a very smart play, as they were able to punish a flashless Brand in the mid lane.
We call that the gold top lane special, because it typically happens when the gold top laner gets solo killed or ganked.
Oh, Death is actually mid lane, so... Oh, wait.
There's 3 people here, by the way. Spot. Yeah, so Death just decided to give a free kill over either to the Karthus or the Talia. Either one really works. It'll go over to the Karthus, it looks like. Feats of Warfare claimed.
So bad. Oh, that is just heartbreaking, because now you're the Brand, right? Oh, they didn't get the root.
Ezreal does get the solo kill. So, that's good for him. He does still have flash, so even if Giggle gets something onto him here, he'll just flash out and probably push him underneath the turret. Ready, 3, 2, 1. There it goes.
Yeah.
Giggle does Giggle gets him to pop his barrier, gets the Q. Almost died there. Not the ideal play.
Yeah. And use your Ignite to try to get that kill, but you do get the barrier out. Toddy is trying to back and just going to do the same exact thing, just try to
What
back
is this ego
face.
back? What is this? Like... Oh, he let him back. Dude, what am I looking at? Why?
Thought he is just gonna TP back the lane most likely, and
no, that's 100% he was going to do. But why did he wait?
Oh, Kumi is actually face checking. He's probably gonna die. Does have flash available, but they're just gonna CC up, and that's gonna be a kill back. And T Wayne's gonna pick that one up, and that was just being in the wrong place at the wrong time, and you should know that's the wrong place because everyone's just missing.
Wait, is there something in the water? Why do kittens love just randomly face checking stuff?
They're just the limit testing, but Kumi was 2 and 0. Actually, no, 2 and 1 at one point. Was able to get a lot of advantages mid lane, but now they're down in 10 CS in the mid lane, and I don't know where all that gold went because they looked like they were about to have a great game, and it's just giving it all back.
Yeah, it definitely feels very seesaw in that fact. Both teams are making a lot of like very simple mistakes, especially for some of these players being diamond or not things that you traditionally expect out of them. But I mean, hey, everyone has their moment.
Yeah. In the jungle though, we look at the CS lead. Obviously, we're gonna see Karthus gonna be CSing very well, while Trundle's most likely gonna be trying to. Oh, looks like Oath is going for the 1v1. That's gonna be a big feather storm. No. That's
Oath's gonna get away. Yep.
Yeah, that's.
Oath does die.
Giggle's able to get one back. Giggle will probably die here, yeah, and it's gonna go for a double kill for death. So, you're taking that fight knowing that the dragon started because it was just taken, and you put yourself in a bad spot. Lambo try to put themselves in a better position for the blade caller just to try to get the execution on the Oath, but it did not work. Flash from Faye will put them in a better spot. The Skittles will, mostly connect about 50% rate. So good try from Jake.
Yeah, absolutely. Apologies, I was answering Blue Water League related DM. Going on to here now. Karthus looks like he's on the Krugs. Yep. Grubs, excuse me, same thing.
Krugs, Grubs, it's gonna be one of them, but right now Kumi's just gonna try to CS back. It's gonna be an actually even CS game in the mid lane, but bot lane we do have a big CS. It's 12 CS advantage, but we did see Oath get that 1v1 kill, so it's probably very even in gold. In the jungle though, that's where you're gonna try to see a lot of major fighting points from Kittens, as they want this Karthus. The minute that this Karthus hits the big first item, they might look for a Requiem play, as Jake does hit level 6, so you have to be very careful if you're Imperial. If you got too low, you're just going to take Karthus ulti, and you're probably going to go down, and you do not want to give this Karthus any gold.
Absolutely. Giving the Karthus
taking quite a bit of damage.
Taking damage for free, I suppose. We got to pump up those Ezreal stats. Looking at it here, too. Oh, God, I wish. I miss Klepto, dude. Klepto Gangplank was so fun to play.
No, the best Klepto was Klepto Victor.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah, because you could always. I just love taking Klepto on stuff. It was so fun to bully people with it. All the gold you
but
get
it
from it.
So broke.
It was so busted. Yeah, no, that had to. But looking at it here, Karthus does have about a 16 CS lead, so that equates to about 5 camps or so. I'm sorry. I think that's like stacks. I mean to say, not camps. Is on a 20 CS now, so he's starting to get that momentum going, but not to say that Trundle doesn't have a little bit of money himself. Top lane,
He's actually looking for some damage back, but he's already getting super tanky, especially with that Bramble. But the 3 hits from a Vey is going to take him pretty low. The TP is not available for the sign, but the ultimate is, so I fully expect him to just ult back into lane and just keep putting pressure. All he has to really do is just get CS, get XP, so he can eventually become an unkillable monster.
Yeah, absolutely. The kind of the thing is here is that, especially with the Karthus in the game, all you're really waiting on is for your tanks to scale up and the Karthus to scale up too. And there comes out the Gnar ult. Gnar took a turret shot for fun, I suppose, but it doesn't matter because the trade is still relatively even. There comes the
boss side. Lambo's getting a lot of damage down to Oath. Ignite was used, Flash used by Oath, but Oath does.
There's the feather fly.
There's the feather storm, and that's gonna be one more kill. Jake is gonna pick up that one. Vey is actually in mini Gnar form. Is actually very low. Toddy is gonna just run back just a little bit. The Requiem does come out. Vey is one hit away, and that's just gonna be the slam with the axe, and that's just gonna be a kill for Toddy. And I don't think Vey realized that there is a card that's in the game.
Everyone always forgets too, because like it's always that first one that makes you like, oh yeah, there's a Karthus in the game. That makes sense, right? So, the other part of this is that Toddy is down close to 30 CS at this point in time, and was still able to pull something like that off. He's been very intelligent with how he's picked his fights in some games. I still massively disagree with how he played the Cho'Gath in the previous game, because you watched him get decimated by Olaf and healing again and again. But you know, it's been very obvious that the better top laner in this series has been Taunty. 3 out of 4 games.
So the big thing about this matchup is he's not really looking. Oh, looks like we might have a little bit of a fight in the mid lane, as Swedish Pancakes does take a lot of damage. Needs a flash. Kumi just needs to hit one more Q in there. I guess 2 rocks will do it, and that's gonna be a kill going to Kumi. The 1v1 kill. We do have T-Wayne in the mid lane, maybe trying to get that kill back, but grubs do spawn, and that's probably going to be 6 grubs going up to Kittens. But on the flip side, the dragon will be started for Imperial, just trying to stack up those dragons. It will be a mountain dragon for this one, so we will not see a mountain soul, which would be a very, very helpful against Karthus.
Absolutely. I think Imperials are probably the only team that I would see start dragon after the laner dies, but compared to them, they also have a ton of pride.
Well, they lose their mid laner, but they also have a Talia that's very low, and Vey Caution actually tries to fight that, but just trying to poke him down, and it's just going to be a Kumi. You're in a very dangerous spot, buddy.
Kumi missed her knockup, and that just kind of ruined everything else. That was a little greedy by Kumi.
Well, I mean, you can't rely on one ability. If you don't hit it, you're just dead. You're just like, okay, I'll just play off of this.
Ezreal, as soon as she did that, Ezreal eat in. He's like, oh, I'm safe, and barring, someone randomly coming in off the side, which they probably wouldn't have even won anyway, because Trundle still has ult, so.
Yeah. Giggle did use the Nature's Grasp to try to stop the siege onto their Talia, but Talia was already dead at the point. Vey is in Mega Narf form, and looks like Dottie's just happy, just trying. Oh, that was very close.
That was close, but I still think that's probably going to go Tawny's way.
It will.
Especially since he's just getting stun after stun.
Vey does have flash.
Boom.
Requiem is just available, so good play by Toddy. Caught Vey underneath the tower. Jake just picks up a free kill. That's a 3-0 Karthus. Already sitting on 1 item, now farming towards the Leandries in bot lane. With 6 grubs, there's putting a lot of damage on this tower. It's going to be able to pick up 2 plates on the top side. You get 1 plate as well. Actually, you're going to pick up 2 with the Demolish.
Yep. Here comes Trundle looking over there to hopefully stop that. Tawny should leave about now. There we go. All right. So, it's like I said, this just kind of comes out to the fact they're just playing a little bit better. The Karma W's coming out on the fight in bot lane. The Mantra Q gets hit as well. Tawny has been ulted, and the flash out from T-Wayne.
Oh, T-Wayne really wants this kill.
Wild.
Yeah, and on the flip side, now all that CS under tower is just gone, as Toddy just had to blow their flash, but it just ends up being a very bad spot as T-Wayne was desperate to try to get that kill. T-Wayne is actually very strong, sitting on 2-0, has a Titanic Hydra in their pocket, but on the flip side, you have a 3-0 Karthus, and
a 40 CS.
Big thing about the Karthus pick is you really don't need to go into any lane. You can just keep farming your jungle and then press R whenever there's a low target.
Yeah, especially with the laners that Kittens have. They're pretty reliable in terms of being able to fight, get kills, and whatnot. And Vey Caution will eventually not get hit by a Scion Q at some point. It won't be today, though, as he got hit with one there. Here comes T-Wayne for the counter gank. They have to back off now. Oath got knocked back in.
Nature's Grasp was used. Lambo did use the Blade Caller, but in the top side, Jake is taking a lot of damage, but look at that damage pack. Oath is in a very interesting spot as they move through the Tri-Bush. The Blade Caller and the Feather Storm will be very used from Oath just to make sure that they didn't die in the mid lane. Kumi and Swedish are duking out as they wanted their own fight. So we had action in all three lanes, but no kills to anyone. So a lot of fighting, but no kills. And on the top side, Jake and Toddy did enough damage that they're going to be able to take this turret. On the bot side, Lambo is trying to stick around, trying to clear this wave, so they just got to be a little bit careful, as they might just end up getting dove.
Yeah, if I'm there's Scion
we
coming down. Oh
Kinda
boy!
TP. The
There's the ult.
ultimate is available, but now we have the massive shield from the Karma. But I don't think it's enough, as Lambo just needs to back off. Lambo honestly just doesn't.
No, he wants the kill. He's a greedy bastard. He wants that kill. Noir did solo kill the Karthus, by the way. Karthus doing the Rage ult, and Nard lives.
Faye got Mega Nard just in time. I think the burn would have killed him if
Absolutely, it would have.
if he didn't get Mega Nard.
It's a Blackfire torch. I've seen that burn give me plenty of kills I probably shouldn't have gotten. So yeah.
Yeah, it's wow, that was super close. And we look at the inventory, that's almost Leandri's complete as well. Vey will be able to push us in. We'll need to reset as Toddy's coming back to lane. He's gonna pick up this CS, and yeah, he's down 30 CS or so, but it doesn't matter, as he's just getting stronger and stronger. A lot more health, a lot more value off of his passive, as T-Wayne is going to go back to his jungle and try to, you know, get into a position to make a play on probably mid lane, or at least try to get something going, as, you know, this game is on a ticking time bomb. You're playing against a Karthus, you're playing against a Sion, you're playing against a Talia. It's a very hard comp to play against.
Yeah, absolutely. Team fights are going to get really messy for them as things go on. Because look at that. So they do get the pillar coming out, but... Oh.
Yeah, we got Toddy actually getting DC'd up, but he's still so tanky that T-Wayne is taking a long time to try to kill him. Jake is in the area, as Jake will try to get some damage back. Kumi died from Swedish Pancakes, and it's going to be a very interesting angle, as Lambo... Unfortunately, in that fight, Lambo wasn't able to land a root with the blade color because the angle was just not right. On the flip side, T-Wayne will try to get that Herald off with that kill on Kumi, but the dragon is the target for Kittens, as they want to stop this dragon stacking.
Yeah, absolutely. The fight here is going to be one that'll likely kind of tilt the game the rest of the way for the person, or for whichever team that wins it here. It looks like they're able to force him off the dragon for now, but they're going in. Giggle smells blood in the water, or did. Swedish Pancakes is using his combo on Taunty to only bring him down to at least half. That's worth it. The Q from Ezreal brings him down a little bit more than half. They do get the Rift Herald. Dragon has been started, down to 6k HP, being shredded. Vey on one side, Death on the other.
Yeah, and we do get a TP coming down to the bot side. Death is in a very interesting spot, but they TP'd bot side with their Trundle top side, so I don't think they ever really needed to go for a fight. Because they could just allow T-Wayne just to go for the tower's top side, give up the dragon, and play for the lanes to shove him out. But now they're in the enemy jungle with possibly going to be a disadvantage oddman fight.
Yeah, absolutely. Karthus is using his ult just to get some damage out. They are going to take mid tower. They are likely going to take the second tower top lane after they hit it with the Rift Herald.
I think Lambo might die here. Yeah,
Lambo is probably going to die here. There he goes.
Lambo is playing way too greedy with their health bar, as they did have barrier up as well. So, and the Feather Storm. So they had two abilities that would help them not die there, and unfortunately they go down. So right now we have an even game in terms of gold, of only 400 gold advantage for Kittens. Dragons 2-1 in favor of Imperials. So right now we have anyone's games.
Yeah, absolutely. Oath is showing that he is not just the person who knows how to lose Mulder in the first 5 minutes of the game. He has solo killed Lambo twice now. He's been popping off in that point, but that doesn't change the fact that he's also 30 CS down. It does help that Lambo's 0-3. I don't know what afflicted him from last game, but it's clearly carried over into this game, as he's made a lot of mistakes and has kind of died in places he shouldn't. He shouldn't have even been under that mid turret, if I'm being honest. Just let that go down, if that's going to be what it does.
Technically he didn't have to, but he needs to be ready to use the barrier or the Feather Storm just to make sure that mid turret didn't go down. But right now the mid turret's probably going to fall because Death was doing a lot of damage to it.
Yeah.
But looks like we might have a little tussle on the top side, as the Mega ultimate and our ultimate was used, and Toddy's going to take quite a bit of damage. Doesn't have a lot of armor right now. Does have the Titanic Hydra, so he does have a ton of damage.
Ezreal go down
greeting
here.
for that tower actually was very unfortunate, and Toddy actually almost goes down as well.
Toddy is getting ulted. He
Oh!
does the ult. T-Wayne's gonna get slapped by the turret on
I think
repeat.
T-Wayne-
Is gonna
or,
go
yeah.
down.
Yeah,
He does get a kill.
but that was
They do
a
get the turret.
decent trade. You do get a tier
Death
2
is
turret
sandwich.
and the solo gold onto your
Yeah, no, that's very big for Gnar, especially that he's been down in the lane for whatnot, so to still even get that kill is very good. They're going to try and crack mid turret here with 6 scrubs.
Oh,
Swedish
that's
is
gonna
coming
actually
in with
bounce.
Brand. Yep, there he goes. Has to flash the Brand W. Featherstorm comes out. Still melee range to Brand. Flashes in.
Almost got it, but the Requiem is available. Swedish Pancakes is dead.
Always love that Carson is able to confirm a kill no matter what. Bot lane and mid lane turrets are
Death
going
is playing
down.
an interesting game right now, and so is Fake Cautious. Giggle is just looking for the 1v1, but I don't think Giggle does this. I think Giggle
Why
just
would he?
dies.
He's 4 levels down. What is he doing?
Yeah, I think Giggle just dies for free here.
No, he's over the wall, and Toddy isn't going to be able to save him. I take it back. He's actually.
Oh!
never mind.
Dodge back in. Giggle's just trolling a little bit right there. Is giving a free kill to the.
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah.
If this were a
On
few
the
years
bright
prior, Gnar
side-
would have Frozen Mallet by now.
On the bright side for Kittens is that you still have a very, very strong card to play off of, and plus your Tilia is getting very strong as well. And you get a little bit of gold for 80 carry, as Lambo's not having the best game. Had pretty 2 solid games early on with that Kai'Sa game and Tristana game, but it's just feeling like they're just getting sleepy.
Yeah, no, that definitely feels like what's happening here is that it's very clear that Kitten changed their play style a little bit and are playing a little more aggressive, and it's costing them a good amount. Here they're coming in. Kumi has no idea what's
Kumi's
waiting
is
for him.
dead.
See, so this is kind of what I'm talking about, right? So Kumi has a control ward that he could have placed at any point in time in his inventory to source that coming in. But he's walking into a lane with no vision. No one's on the
might
map.
be dead here, actually. Titanic Hydra slap, but started up Atacon. Atacon might be in a very
This is dangerous.
ambitious
With the
play.
you have like low double-digit MR with Otacon there. These guys have like 30 MR.
Oh, that's a very
doing
good stun onto Jake. Jake is going to die in this bad spot, so you
Jake's
might
pressing
see
R,
this
or he
Atacon
doesn't
just
have it,
gonna get
actually.
Secured.
Yeah, it
And
does get secured.
And
but
these
the-
are the flowers, so it's not like it's just a free Atacon. Now the flowers can just be taken by Kittens, as Toddy wants to go for the fight after, and Oath has to pop the barrier. And it looks like
No one's
T-Wayne's
going
just
for
trying to
Ezreal.
fight a little bit back, but Death and Oath are just being singled out by Toddy, as Toddy's just playing a little bit of a bodyguard. Death will go down. Lambo's just
There we
able
go.
to get a couple free kills, and T-Wayne is next on the menu. We got a TP down from Kumi. Oh no, Vayne!
Lord.
Just TP's into the middle of 4 of them. He might get one. No,
There's
Toddy will
T-Wayne.
live, and T-Wayne will just be down for the count with the burn on their back, and with the Leandri's proc, that's just a kill. And most of the flowers went over to Kittens. And again, the dragon is spawning at the perfect time, and that's gonna blow open the game a little bit more, as we finally see Lambo get a couple of kills for themselves. We saw Kumi, right their mistake by TPing to the bot side and being able to confirm a kill. And then Toddy, I like the play from Toddy, as they were able to make sure that Atacon did
boy.
not go unpunished.
This ought to be. While we have the pause in play, I would like to give a shout out again to Oath, just to kind of give you an idea of what the skill disparity is like from a ranked solo duo perspective. Oath is about 120 games in Gold 4, and Lambo is Diamond, and we've watched Oath solo kill him twice. He has
Yeah,
really
Oath is my
stepped
goat.
up. Yeah, he's stepped up in a big way for this team, especially after the last game too with his Nyla pick and whatnot. He's cooking. The pause is over. God bless.
But it's
It's
gonna
already
pause one more
midnight.
time. Ready?
Yeah, ready? 3, 2,
2,
1.
there it is. All
Wait,
right.
the stream lagged. Hold on. Hello?
We're in the little spectator pause.
Oh, okay. We're getting the forced pause.
That's what I was referring to.
Right, I forgot. Because of the spaghetti code that is the spectator client, whenever someone pauses the game, stream freezes for a little bit. There we go. We're back in action.
Yeah, so we are in a very dangerous spot now if you're an Imperial fan. You're just looking at a level 15 card this, since a lot of those flowers were picked up, and I'm pretty sure by a lot of it was like 90% were picked up by Kittens. A lot of XP was gained by a Karthus, and once Karthus hit level 16, their ultimate will hit like a truck.
Absolutely. The other part of this too is that they do have 2 Infernals as well, since it is an Infernal Soul for this particular variation of the map. Yeah, Karthus with Infernal Soul is going to be borderline unstoppable. Talia as well. Like that is the highway to the danger zone, to quote the old 80s song.
Honestly, all you have to do is any team fight, you just open up with Karthus and you just half health ever carry, and you can't fight.
Yeah, exactly. So it's a scary moment. Vaycaution hops over the wall with his E. Jake is caught out. He might be dead. Oh, guess there's the flash from the T-Wayne E.
Oh, we have actually re-engaged right here as the Requiem does come out. Vaycaution is taking a lot of damage, and Oath is actually half health as well, so they gotta be very careful as...
This is dangerous. This is dangerous.
Fight.
Yeah.
The ultimate from Toddy is not available, but Toddy's just gonna, walk in there with a lot of health as he's been farming up, pretty solidly. And T-Wayne is just gonna look for the fight as he ults Toddy. Toddy is very squishy now because of the ultimate, but Lambo is gonna go in by themselves. They are just being taken very low, and they're just gonna fall. And over aggressiveness by Lambo actually gets a punish, and this might be a wipe as the Baron is probably gonna be started by Imperial because there's no 80 carry left.
Why is why is Lambo going melee range to the... He still has flash up too. I want to point that out. He did die with flash up as well.
We do have Vaycaution going over, but I think Vay might just go down here to one more Skittle. But that's going to be a good trade as that's going to be a Baron secured, and
that might as well be an ace on the side of
Nice throw.
Yeah,
that's gonna be a nice throw.
Yeah, that's
as you had a good team fight, but then they split up. They split targets, and eventually, without their 80 carry, it just was like a go button for Imperials to look for the play. And with this Baron, they might be able to get a lot going as if they're able to pressure down these tier 2 towers, or maybe even pressure down like on Inhibitor. They're gonna put themselves in a decent spot to get soul point and maybe even end the game with this.
Yeah, absolutely. It's like I said, it's very much so that on repeat, Bay just continues to cost his team the game in so many ways.
Yeah, it might be limit
Bay,
testing,
sorry,
it might be
Lambo.
tiredness.
I mean Lambo, excuse me. Lambo.
There might be limit testing, might be tiredness, but it feels like it's just over aggressiveness, or they just want to make the hero play, and it just is so unfortunate. Lambo is going to be able to CS a lot of this mid lane turret. There's going close to 3 items, but it's not enough so far as we didn't see a lot of the roots connect. The Featherstorm has been used mainly aggressively instead of like passively. Kumi's taking so much damage from T-Wayne. My god.
Yeah, he's got a Bork and a Titanic. He gets his W and his Q off, he's just going to slap. Swedish is getting ganked though. The TP in from Bay. We have 3 people here now. Tawny is just getting
that's
on
so
repeat.
much damage.
Yeah, it's
gonna be the Featherstorm coming out to try to get something going, but Oath was able to take down Lambo. Oath is now in the middle of them, but he's gonna be able to arcing shift out, and that's gonna be a big fight coming out from Imperials as they wipe out everyone. The Requiem does come out. It's probably gonna take down Oath. It does, but there's 3 members strong pushing to the mid lane with the Baron buff. They're probably not gonna be the end, but there's gonna definitely be an inhibitor.
Inhibitor, maybe some Nexus turrets, depending on how fast, because you got to remember that Trundle W, he slaps turrets.
Kumi's up in 8 seconds with Giggle up in 15. Actually, they might be able to get the push onto mid, but I think they're just going to back off.
Someone made the call to go for it. You saw how they clicked over the click. Someone said end in that call.
The problem is you do that and you try to end and you go die, you give up Dragon, and then you put a big win con for Kittens.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the much better play right now just to take open the inhib up at about 30 or so minutes. go take the dragon so they don't get it as well. And I'll say, like, when we're talking about the soul with Infernal, Karthus has hit level 16 at this. But the fact of the matter is, Karthus can't out damage his certain members of his team just not playing the way they're supposed to. And like I said,
A big thing about Karthus ulti as well is because of the fact that there's a karma on the other team.
exactly the
mantra
shielding.
or not the mantra
Mhm.
Actually,
No,
the
it's
mantra
Mantra E.
will provide so much, and
Yeah.
unfortunately that ninja threat does miss, but they're just going to be able to use it to its advance and lock up Swedish pancakes, but that's still a lot of damage traded back, so they're able
I
to get
want to
something
point out
going.
that's a 2
when
and 7 brand doing that, by the way.
Yeah, they're able to get something going. Wait, oh, that ultimate almost was able to get some damage going. I think that would have killed Jake if it hit Jake, but
Yeah.
in this game, it feels like Kumi's not able to use the Talia wall properly. I don't think I've seen it
No,
come out
it's not.
at all. I think they're able to make the play. Like they could make side lane plays very easily with it, but it's just not happening.
Yeah, absolutely. It doesn't seem to be a part of the thought process. We've seen Kittens do really well when they're in the driver's seat, but then they make a couple boneheaded moves and they don't really know how to play from behind at that point. They're not really playing around their win condition of Karthus.
Oh,
Isn't
Jake
paying
is. I think is
attention.
gonna get 2-shot.
Yeah, he flashes, wastes the flash there. Sion misses his ult. There's a lot of resources being used right now.
They are
They're just
trying to
not.
chase this too. So Kumi's just gonna put themselves next to a Gnar that's about to hit Mega, so they just gotta be very careful. Vey is very strong with 3 items, and I think they actually have the advantage in the side lane now. And that's gonna be a flash ultimate by the Vey Caution, but this is gonna be knocked up. Kumi, I think, just goes down as this Trundle is just way too strong, and Nature's Grasp comes out, tries to get something going, but there's not enough damage. Lambo is late to the party, and they're just going to try to get some feathers down, but it's not going to be enough. It looks like they're trying to get the kill on the T-Wayne, but T-Wayne is able to trade back, and it's all Imperials. Lambo's still not able to kill anyone as so many members are so low, and
That's
there's
game.
not enough heal
That is-
cut on the team.
Oh, never mind. Karthus just walked
Raccoon.
up and press R. Okay.
There we go.
Karma died. That
only
is 2
Karma, though.
inhibitors down. That might. No, it's not 3. Okay, so it's only just 2. It is very close to being game, however.
Yeah.
I just, I have very much so seen that Kittens be in the driver's seat these last 2 games, and then they just toss it. Nice throw. I hope their mental is still together, but it does seem like we are heading for some silver scrapes, brother. I want you to know I will be
and
demanding
Game
overtime
5
pay.
Fearless, I want to see what picks come out, because some of these picks seems like it's not their best. I really, in that fight, if Lambo was there a little bit earlier, I think Lambo cleans up the fight.
Yeah,
But
absolutely.
unfortunately, most of their members are dead. Jake is actually just dead right here. The Vey Caution just jumps in. The Mega Gnar is about to be available, is able to ult next to the wall, and that's just gonna be Giggle, just gonna be caught in a rough spot, and I'm pretty sure this is gonna be taken down as Giggle just goes down finally, but Lambo is able to get a pretty good fight going as they're gonna have the Featherstorm available once again, but Oath actually flashes in, Arkin shifts in to make sure that does not happen. Toddy is just a small tank, it's gonna be cut down, and triple kill going over the Oath, and there's only 1 member remaining, and that's going to be Kumi just trying to stop this from going to a game 5, and I don't think it's enough as 3 members strong, marching down the mid lane, going for the Nexus turrets, and we're going to see first one going down pretty heavily. Actually, they're splitting turrets, but still. Both the turrets going down pretty quickly. TP in from Vey Caution just to make sure they secure it. And we're going to go to a game 3. Kumi is just going to be the target on the prize. They're going to try to get the kill, but nah, they're just going to finish the game. So big win for Imperials as we're going to a game 5. And that was very well played, especially Vey. I think Vey definitely stepped back up on the Snar pick. Oath being a big factor of why Imperials is doing extremely well this game. T-Wayne stepping up from game 1 and 2 to game 3 and 4 is absolutely massive, and we have a game 5 for finals.
Absolutely. This is crazy, you know. When we started this, it very much so appeared like this is going to be an easy 2-0, 3-0. I haven't turned my camera on. I'm apology before my producer yells at me for the 45th time. Um, very much so good mental hold on, especially after losing your 80 carry to an E sub and having to do that. That's a death knell for most teams, but not for these guys apparently. Uh, Very much so props to Imperials. They have dealt with a lot of adversity over the last, some of it self-inflicted. Others like today, just stuff that comes up. So I'm very pleased with how they've responded. This is going to be a very good game 5, I think.
Yeah. And I guess we could just cut it out there and just go to break, and return will be ready for the draft for game 5. All right. Once again, we thought it might have been 3 games. We thought it could have been 4 games. But no, we go to a game 5 between Imperials and Kittens for the Ruby Grand Finals. And first pick, we got the Lucian.
Woo! Spicy.
That's a spicy pick. On the response, it was crazy the fact that like MF hasn't been picked, Ash hasn't been picked. Like
We're gonna
a
see
lot
one
of
of them this
chances.
game. We 100% are.
Yeah, and it does look like Kittens are going to be the red side this game. And I am curious to see what they want to pair with this Ash. Obviously, you have a lot of champions that you could. I do like Xin Zhao. I'm a big fan of Xin Zhao. I like Xin Zhao more. I like Xin Zhao more. So the way that this game has been playing, there's a lot of early game fights, and Xin Zhao just profits heavily off early game fighting, and I think
Yeah.
it matches very well with Kin style play, especially with, like, you know, the Jarvan coming out,
Yep.
things like that. Is like it seems very, very solid. The Skarner does give you a lot of like CC chain ability, but ooh,
Mordekaiser respawn.
Mordekaiser.
Is that more jungle?
I think it's going
no
top.
way. There's no way. Well, I just question B2ing your top laner right there. You know,
Maybe it's a flex, but
because that's what I'm saying. I feel like that might be like a jungle response because
So- not familiar what Wayne likes to play. Honestly, it sounds like a Wayne champion if I'm.
that does sound like a T-Way champion.
But
That's what
I
I'm
know
saying.
it's also a Vay
Yeah.
caution champion.
Wait, no, this is the brother. That's more jungle. That's Mordekaiser jungle. There's a Gragas right there.
No, okay, so yeah, it's Mordekaiser jungle. I mean, technically you can play both jungle, but
You
yeah,
could play
Vay
both
plays a lot of
jungle, but
Gragas.
yeah, like Vay plays
But it's
Gragas,
for jungle.
T-Wayne plays Mord. Like that's more fucking jungle. There's no way. Pardon my
That's what they like to play. Swain.
Yeah, so wait, okay, that's a good response to that.
I like
I like the
Swain
swim pick. Yeah, they banned Silas. That's a good choice. You imagine Silas with all those ults steal? My God, I almost wish they
Yeah.
picked it.
And for people that don't understand, Imperials have lost 4 bans, mainly these last 2 games, because of a sub and then an E-sub. For these last 2 games, they're using E-sub. So the bans that they would have lost, or because they didn't have any bans, go to Kittens. So Kittens gained 4 picks, and we got a Yasuo game.
We got this is what Fearless brings out. So we got the knock-up with the Gragasar. We have the knock-up with the Nautilus R. Can Nautilus Q proc Yassault as well?
Nautilus Q can proc Yasuo. Any
Yep.
displacement can.
Okay. Yeah, no, we have that is a very much so a Yas comp. The only way you could have made this any better is if you went with Diana jungle instead of Volibear. I actually like Kitten's comp. But I
Wait.
gotta admit, what?
Yeah,
That's
Volibear was
Kled?
picked. So Volibear
Oh,
was
you're right.
picked.
You're right.
That's Kled. So, Toddy picking Kled in response to the Gragas top side. And back to my point, I like Xin Zhao. I like
like
the
Xin Zhao?
early game
Yeah?
skirmishers from Xin Zhao by a lot. But it does help later in the game, especially with the Swain. If Swain being able to pull like 3 members into a Skarner and Pale, it'd be wonders for them.
Yeah. 100%.
We're gonna see a little bit different style of fighting in top side than we have in the last few games, as we kept on seeing like trades back and forth. But this time Vayze is probably gonna be just looking for like quick bursts and backing out, while Toddy is gonna be looking for like the all-ins.
Yeah. I'd say so.
But with these comps in mind, who do you think has it game?
Honestly, with the way Imperials have been playing, I kind of want to pick them, if I'm being honest. Their comp is easy to play. It's knock someone up and give Yasuo an advantageous situation to press R. Mordekaiser can take Skarner out of the fights entirely, or someone else if he wants to. He can take Kled out. Swain's also a good pick, and turn it into a 4v4. And depending on who gets taken out, I feel like Imperials can win that 4v4 a little bit harder.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. Obviously, it's not like a very standard bot lane of Lucian Nautilus,
Yeah.
but obviously Nautilus can create a scenario where one, Nautilus does do quite a bit of damage by themselves,
hmm
and then Lucian on top of that could be enough to do enough burst. But on the flip side, you do have an Ashe, Thresh, and that combination. If Lucian gets behind, it's gonna be a rough game for them.
Yeah, I
And
100%
I want to see
agree.
Lambo kind of bounce back from last game and the game before, as we do see some, hyper carry tendencies from them, especially with the Kai'Sa game, but it kind of was missing. So we'll get to one last break, and when we return, we'll be back for Game 5, and this will be the last game of the season for Draft. All right. We are so back with game 5, and you D2 just fly through the screen. That's what I'm going to see right now as we see a 5-man stack in the bot side as Imperials look for some shenanigans. Oh,
Oh
Vision.
yeah, invading bot lane for the 3rd time this series. Surely this will work, guys.
Vision. Look at the wards.
Oh my god, we're double covering it.
Skill issue.
Alright, that's my one. I'm good now. Also, an interesting adaptation. We thought it was Lucian Nautilus bot lane. It's actually Lucian mid, Yasuo Nautilus bot. So that'll be a little fun for Ashe to deal with.
Yeah. On Giggle does take exhaust, especially because you're kind of afraid of the Lucian doing some crazy Beyblades type of moves. But Oath coming in big this match, coming in for IQ had to unfortunately go for the Knight, and then we have Oath coming in just totally cold, unless they played like 20 solo queue games before this, and started bringing back the confidence that Imperial needed to bring this into a game 5. So, without further ado, we're just going in there as we just looking for the first wave, typical CSing, some trading in the mid lane. So we just pancakes, looking pretty aggressive right now.
Yeah, exactly. And we got some of that stuff going on top lane as well. And Gragas top. One of the more annoying matchups in top lane, I'd say, regardless of the champion you're on.
Yeah, especially on a good Gragas. It's just like you pretty much can trade very positively for you.
A lot of oh, I take that back. A Nautilus Q lands on Giggle.
Yeah,
It did
it's
hit level 2
advantage.
first.
Oh, the exhaust goes down to on death. So
Wow, they actually won that trade down a level. Okay.
yeah,
They did use the exhaust, and that's not great that early because it does open up opportunities later. But you know, down a level, you're not really supposed to win that. So,
Toddy taking a little bit of damage on the top side against the Gragas, and I think that's gonna be a little bit rough early on.
Yeah,
especially level 1 through 3, but eventually Toddy should be able to trade. Jake is in the mid lane. Is going to be able to scoop Swedish pancakes. I think that might be a flash that needs to be burned, but no, the E's going to connect, and that's going to be a kill going over to Jake.
A good gank to get things started off, especially against that Lucian. As we mentioned before, the comp is kind of reliant on Lucian also being able to pop off, and giving him the resources solo laner is the way to do it. But if you're not respectful of the early ganks, because Jake only 3-camped.
Oh, that's going to be a kill. Ignite going down. So Flash used by Death is not going to give an assist to Swedish Pancake. So just taking some kills, some gold for yourself as the only support going to do it.
Yeah, and it keeps up Death's habit of going mid lane before 5 minutes. Honestly,
yeah, but they're not going bot lane anymore. It's time to invade the jungle.
Yeah, right? Oh, wait, they're top side. Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
They're going to be able to... They're actually looking for Jake in his jungle, but Jake will be able to just reset. He's on the bot side, just looking for a possible dive. I think they know that they crossed his top side, so he's just going to play a little bit passively. He's going to lose his red and most likely his chickens.
Not a great trade to make, especially with the Mordekaiser. You're actually at a little bit of a disadvantage on that.
You have a little bit of tussle at top, and Toddy's going to do a lot of damage to Vay. Caution, as as a Gragas early on, you do have a little bit of a mana issue. Does have 2 biscuits in their inventories. We'll be able to pop that or look for a little bit of a, bait, but holy.
Just a tower shot. GG. GG easy.
Honestly, that had to have been pixels of being in tower range, because that was very, very close, and that's so unfortunate if you're Vay, because in a lane that you were doing pretty well in, like even that trade right there is actually pretty solid. It's just unfortunate.
Just walked a little bit too close. Flew too close to the sun, Icarus.
And now we have Toddy back in with a pickaxe, and Vay picking up a tier and some and a tome just to get some little more AP. So Toddy is gonna start hitting like a truck right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously the end game with the Gragas here is to build up the Fimbulwinter, but certainly doesn't help if you're down 2 or 3 kills at that point. Mordekaiser is bot lane. Skarner and Mordekaiser are going to be meeting in the river here pretty shortly.
But Swedish does have priority in this mid lane, so Jake does have to be a little bit careful.
He just backed out. Yeah, Dragon's theirs. Grubs are up in, what, a few seconds here? Maybe 15, something like that. I can't see this timer.
Honestly, well, top lane, Faye and Toddy are just dueling a little bit. Faye is not level 60 yet, and Giggle might be looking for a play. And they do have the ability to fight for this. Despite going down, Jake does steal and T Wayne probably will go down for this fight. The TP does, or Flash just comes out, but Nautilus unfortunately is TP'd or flashed mid earlier in this fight or in this game, so they will just go down. And not only that, the dragon does go over to Kittens.
So for those of you who have been watching, I'm 90% sure that Kittens have won every Feats of Warfare this series.
I believe so.
So, you know, it definitely speaks that they know how to play the early game very well. It's just that obviously when they get out of that and lane phase is over, they're not really too sure what to do. So maybe they'll change it tonight. Who knows?
Yep, and that was a good fight by Kittens as they were able to pick up a lot of much needed gold and a lot of time wasted to try to secure the objective that ultimately went to the side of the Kittens. Death is level 3 right now, by the way. So,
oh god,
not the strongest, but Lambo is gonna get Hex Flashed on, and Death is gonna miss that hook just because of the flash. So good Hex Flash, honestly, by Death. They're looking to kill, and Oath did hit level 6, so it was very dangerous for Lambo if they didn't flash that.
Honestly, though, even if they did get an engage on them, I'm 90% sure if they exhaust Yasuo and focus down the level 3 Nautilus, they just walk out.
Oh, hook landed?
That hook landed. That's crazy. Yeah, this...
Lambo was just going to be able to keep slowing them down, but look at them. Minion block, and that's going to be unfortunate, as I think they could have looked for the kill, and the hook is going to land
Mr.
onto
President.
Death. So, good trade there by Lambo and Giggle.
Yeah, absolutely. That minion absolutely saved Lambo's life. Yasuo would absolutely did.
On top side, we do have T-Wayne taking the grubs, and we do see a possible 2v2 about to start, as both T-Wayne and Jake are here. Jake is not level 6 yet, T-Wayne is not either. And it looks like Caution will need to use that ultimate to try to disengage, but instead, it actually just opts to flash out.
Not a bad way to escape that fight. It does suck for T-Wayne because that does mean he's going down. Skarner is getting gold. Obviously, as most of you know, Skarner is one of those gold-dependent tanky champions. But once if he gets his money, he's damn near impossible to get. So that's rough.
Getting the Heartsteel is pretty important for the Skarner and able to start getting stacks off that. So double Giant Spell, it's a lot of value.
Isn't there like some other build where you're buying like 3 or 4 Giant Spells even rather than finishing?
Yeah, there's a big argument between like some players, some like I forget what they actually like. They were one trick of some other champion, and they arguing with like LS and Molecule possibly, or I think it was Molecule, yeah, about how you could just build like 3 Giant Spells at better value than buying out Heartsteel. But
yeah,
Lambo,
I mean.
Oh, true. There's a lot of damage actually on the Swedish Pancakes mid, and CS lead is going over to Kumi as they actually have just 12 CS lead.
Yeah, you know, we're starting to see some shades of game 1 and game 2. As for what's occurring here.
You know, Toddy was pinned against the wall and all those minions. It actually took us so much damage from the minions that even like they didn't get a lot of damage off. Oh, that's gonna be a flashy for Toddy, and he's gonna get that kill. So he knows his damage on this champion. I know that because I played against his Kled before, and he's now sitting at 3-0, almost finishing his third item. I think the third item is going to be completed with his next bag, and I believe it's going to be Eclipse.
Yeah, that's going to be dangerous for Kled to be this far ahead, especially obviously with his ult, as everyone knows. I can easily foresee an ult mid or taking a TP and ulting bot. You know.
Is he playing Eclipse? I forget. But he's going to get a full item, I'll tell you that much. 3,700 gold, he does finish the Eclipse. Okay.
Yeah,
that is dangerous. And unfortunately, when you're playing as a Gragas and you're going for like the Rod of Ages build and you want the Archangels, you're now splitting up your build pretty heavily. Oh, we looks like we're gonna have a fight, and Hook's land will land on the death, and the Flash will need to come out, but the Crystal Arrow will log up death, and they're gonna be able to get out. Jake decides not to use that Impale there, which I believe would have locked up that kill, but maybe he just wanted to save it.
Yeah, well, Dragon, well, no, Dragon is not up, excuse me. Well, it'll be up in about 15 seconds. I can understand him possibly want to saving it in case they inevitably try to contest, but, like,
Yeah.
Mord's so low, the Lucian is not going to have Prio and is down 20 CS even with T-Wayne right there, because then you just walk mid and kill someone, like...
Yep. T-Wayne does use the ultimate onto Jake, so Jake is actually in the Shadow Realm. Well, T-Wayne, but T-Wayne is going to be running. Flash is used. So that's going to be a flashless Mordekaiser without ult as well. So this dragon is just going to be secure for free for Kittens.
Yeah, the biggest thing here right now is ensuring that with the way Kled works, he does fall off. Obviously, if he has too much of a lead for that to matter, if he's like 6-7-0, but Kled does fall off. So it's more important about trying to maximize the early game portions of their comp. Although I will say, I mean, Swain and Skarner are, you know, at a certain point get too big to go through. And right now the gold is pretty much on all three of those champions at this point in time. So it's definitely a scary situation for them.
I'm actually curious to see if Kumi decides to go for like that Fiddle Winter build on Swain, but it doesn't look like it as the Archangels was built yet. So just gonna go for the Rod of Ages. T-Wayne trying to secure the 6 grubs. We'll already get one, but they're gonna be followed up here.
Dead.
I'm pretty sure that they're just gonna go down as Jake is just gonna be able to hit another rock, and the Impale
He'll have the Impale.
Allow Kumi to finish off that kill. So good follow-up. They're gonna be able to secure these grubs now, as they're gonna get 2. As T-Wayne already got one of them, so unfortunately they were able to get 3. But in the bot side, we do have Giggle and Lambo actually having a pretty solid lead inside. As you know, you would think that you wish that kill went over to Lambo, but they are able to hold their own pretty well against Oath and Death, who looked like they were getting a little bit cheeky trying to get these hooks onto Lambo.
Absolutely. And, you know, it is a little depressing to watch Swain just completely mollywop the Lucian. Nautilus hook lands. Yas puts up the wind wall, hits Ash with it. Doesn't take the ult, of course, because it's the under turret. I know some Yas players who would still take that ult no matter what.
Technically, Yas could have ulted in without being in range of the turret. However, that just puts Giggle in the position just to use Exhaust and using the box to just trap Yas into a very bad spot where Lambo would probably finish off the kill.
Yeah, so like he dies if he takes that ult. So yeah, like I said, some people still would take that. Missed that. Takes the Thresh Lantern. Giggle is cooking on the Thresh.
That was so close, actually, and that makes sure that Kumi does not need to use the flash. And so right now the CS lead in mid lane is ballooning. Kumi's actually just going to look for the solo kill on the Swedish Pancakes, and this will be one more, but it's not enough. But now Kumi's in a very bad spot as T-Wayne uses the ultimate. But
I don't think T-Wayne kills him.
This.
Yeah, I don't think T-Wayne kills him. I think that might have been a mistake. We'll have to see here.
No,
T-Wayne does not kill him. He gets out, but he does die. Lucian needs to be careful.
Oh my god!
Mord.
T-Wayne goes down. Oath on the bot side is being attacked. Crystal Arrow does connect, and that's going to be a kill. And Lambo gets in. Look at the mid lane as Toddy rolls in on the Kled ultimate, able to secure it.
I told you, man. All he has to do is ult down the lane once. He gets a free kill. Lambo rage quit. The series is over.
What a very good play by Kumi. Able to, you know, kite that out a little bit. Able to get their kill by this, kill in a very 1v3 situation, and the bot side able to make sure that Oath gets punished for Death's Roam. So a 9-1 lead, a 3 or a 2.7k gold lead for Kittens. We've seen this before. We've seen them being able to grab an early lead, but let's see if they can now close it out and make it an even bigger advantage.
Remind me real quick. Lucian was their first pick, yeah?
Yes.
You know, I don't want to put the fork in him just yet with their comp, but I definitely think they might have had a better time if they sent Lucian bot lane and picked a different champion than Yasuo. But
Maybe they were trying to cook. Maybe like, oh, I don't want to play Lucian in this. And they're like, oh wait, I can take Lucian mid. Oh, okay, let's do this.
yeah, because I was
I mean-
supportive of the comp initially, but it implied that they, didn't completely lose early game too. So
Yeah, they were able to. Oh, here comes Jake in the bot side, and Pale is available for Jake, so might look to turn this. Honestly, you have a pretty strong Ashe with already the
Intel,
Utel
yeah.
finished, and then like your Skarner already has Heartsteel, so you could have just turned that. Honestly,
I would have if I were the Ashe in that situation. If I were the Skarner, would be more likely. Since I
Yeah.
do play jungle, I'd be like, fight. We do this. It's 9-1.
Uh-oh.
We have zero reason to not push
oh,
our lead right
Lambo
now.
just face checked. It's gonna have to. Most likely, no, they don't have flash, but they will be able to be saved by Giggle with the lantern.
If Kittens win this series, someone needs to have a serious talk with Lambo about how face checking pretty much almost cost them the
Oh,
entire
that's gonna be a
thing.
Heartsteel stack, and that's gonna be a dead T-Wayne. I think Death is next.
Also dead.
as the- Ooh. Sentence
They got
to
the
land.
Yasuo.
Oath actually goes in. It's gonna try to weave around everyone, but it's just gonna not be enough, as I think they just killed themselves right there, unfortunately, where you could just let Death die and you just be able to CS, but we're
Yeah.
getting closer to the 0-10 power spike for Yasuo, as we are 1/5 of the way there.
Yep, only 8 more. I believe in you, brother.
And this is, after game 2, 3, and 4, you would think that, this could be a very, very good game. And so far, it's just completely one-sided. A lot of the plays that Imperials is trying to make just is not going well for them. And a lot of plays Kittens are making, they're just getting everything they ever wanted.
Yeah, but my problem is that I've seen this literally for the last 2 hours, and they found a way to lose. They found a way to lose the 3-0 Smolder game. You no longer get my faith. I have to wait until the game's over now.
Yeah, Dottie is just taking quite a bit of damage from Faye. And look at that, Death is just going to be hooked up.
Caught
and
out
then
again.
That's going to be... I feel like Death has so many flashes.
I
That's gonna be
agree.
a flash and Pale from Jay. That's gonna miss, and Lambo's gonna flash in and finish off Death. In mid lane, we got Oath and Kumi just battling it out, but Kumi does have the ultimate available, just so much stronger on this Swain pick, and we're just gonna get the first tower under siege and bot side. TP is gonna try to save it with the TP from Vey, but that leaves Toddy in the top side by themselves, and just have all the time in the world with this top lane tower.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of a, this is like this game is rough. They're down about what? Oh, no.
Actually, I wanted to see the E come out from Kumi. You need to farm some more health.
Yeah,
For
you
free.
guys need to do a couple more things for that. I
Let's
like
get
how
the
they
temp rank
gave up
going.
on the Lucian bot lane and sent him.
Good sidestep from Lambo, as Death could have actually just went for it with the R immediately, and they might
They
have
would've
been
lost that fight.
incredible. But so far, across the board, we have 13 kills, 12 of them on the hands of carries.
Yeah, this is. They tried to cook and I smell it burning.
Yeah, they might be dead here as well, as they're going to be able to body slam out, but we have Toddy. Oh, no, the flash is still available, so they might be fine here. Giggle is now going to trap them into the rapid pit, but body slam does return, and Ray is able to, have a cheeky escape out. They did have to burn flash to get out, but a lot of time wasted, but relatively it's not going to be enough. Kumi is now in a bad spot, as T-Wayne is looking to get some revenge, but will it matter? Probably not.
Here comes Jake. The Skarner's coming in. So we're gonna get
T-Wayne
another
is
hard
still
kill stack.
alive in this ultimate, but another slam might be do the trick, but
That's
they're
not gonna happen.
exhausted.
T-Wayne has to
Doing
leave.
so much to try to kill Kumi, and Kumi does finally fall, but Death will fall, and then T-Wayne will fall after that. Lambo is just gonna start cleaning house, and it's gonna be a complete ace. Oh, never mind. It's, an ace, but Lambo does fall. But all that to try to kill the Swain, who has caused so many issues this game.
Yeah, like you got the Swain, you got the Ashe, you got 2 of their carries, right? So you got some pretty big shutdowns. Who
Yeah.
got those kills? With the Nautilus and the Lucian. Okay, so one of those shutdowns was wasted with the back.
Hey, you know what? Nautilus is the real carry.
I don't know about that one, Chief. Whoever, I
Swedish
think
did
whoever
pick up
was
one of
awake
them.
enough to say no to this comp is probably the real carry.
I think the comp is fine.
No,
I
I'm
think-
joking. Like, it is fine. It's just that I think Boulder said it best in the chat. You have to play this cross map and super low
Yeah.
interaction. You need to farm up and get your item.
100%. You
So-
have the champions to play late game team fights very well.
Yeah,
But when you start dying 1v1, and just like overextending, dying to ganks, like Jake has been able to just get so many free fights off because Imperials just overextend. It's not even looking for dives. He's even holding Impales because he doesn't need to use it because Imperials is overstepping so many times. That's going to be a hook onto Vey, and honestly, Vey might be in a very bad spot. The exhaust is used, the box is used, Vey has 0 movement speed, and even though the Crystal Arrow missed, it's still going to be a kill. Kumi on the other side, taking a lot of damage. Speaking of overstep, that's what it was. So split map play, it does go in favor. Oh, never mind. We look like we do have Toddy on the side just rolling up, and they look like they're just going to be able to get the kill on the death. So they're able to pick up Kumi, but they get collapsed on. So overall, it was a 2-for-1. Wasn't the worst.
it was not. But
Never mind. Never mind.
I can't help but think, what if they picked Pantheon in this comp with the Yasuo? If they hadn't picked it earlier.
It'd been kind of fun.
I feel like that lane could have worked against the Ashe Thrush. Yeah, Pantheon Yasuo, you definitely kill her early.
Unfortunately, in this game, they were able to get that play bot, but they actually immediately went to their own jungle thinking that was theirs.
Yeah.
But it's never theirs. Tier 2 bot lane tower is going to be under siege. Dragon is up. This is actually Soul. It's actually Hextech Soul. If they get it. So it's at
23 minutes
22
is
minutes.
crazy. It'll be
Yeah.
yeah, that's crazy. Soul at 23 is wild.
This might be an Elder coin flip game that might be the play for
The
Imperials
entire
to actually
game comes down to
make
Elder.
the comeback. It's only a 6.9k gold lead. It's not the worst.
I'll tell you what, if Imperials win this, goats, all of them. If they win this, if this game ends 20 minutes later, I won't have been mad at staying up till 1:30 in the morning on a weeknight.
Yeah, unfortunately, T-Wayne is sitting at 0-6. After the last couple games, T-Wayne was doing very well, and holy moly, wait!
That didn't hit it. Okay, whatever. That's yeah. I do have to criticize T-Wayne's build though. Going Leandries first when the Rylai's will help you lock people down and slow them just for hitting an ability. I definitely don't agree with that.
I agree with that as well. I think the Rylai's is just too good. Toddy, going for a 1v1 in the bot side. Vey, not.
This is payback for the
strongest
Olaf
right now.
game.
Oh, yeah.
Payback
He's
for
not the
the Olaf
strongest
game.
right now. So Toddy, the ultimate's a little bit short, but that's gonna force a flash out of the Gragas. And on the flip side, Atacon has been started by Kittens.
Yep. What Otacon is this? This Ruinous or Voracious, whoever the hell they're calling it?
This is probably.
You know what? Who cares? Not important. Ruinous.
Ruinous.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah, obviously they're gonna collect the petals, all that fun stuff. Woohoo!
Yeah,
I want to
Kumi's
point
level
out.
16 actually. That's wild.
Yeah, the Swedish is 3 levels down, and Caution is getting assaulted in his jungle, or in his team's
Yeah,
jungle.
Jake
I
actually
should say.
has 16. Oh.
Oh, if Giggle is
That
a little bit
senses
closer,
almost
that hook
hits.
hits. That was a very good aim by him. Good job.
And on the bot side, they are overloading bot side, just trying to get some of this turd golden bounty. They actually go for 2 Toddies in the bush. He's not seeing it. What?
way.
There's no shot.
Yeah. Wow.
There's no shot. They were
What?
literally like one of the mains was like a half a step from getting into that bush. And I think they are going to be looking to make the flank play with Toddy here and everyone going back. And I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure
whoever's-
Swedish Pancakes is just dead.
Swedish is dead. He's like, where the hell did Kled come from? Someone's gonna
It's like,
watch
that
this
must
and
be a
notice he
teepee.
was there. Yeah, right? No, I was just in there for 20 minutes and you didn't notice.
And the crazy thing is, if they saw Toddy, they would have gotten a shutdown, most likely.
100%. That 6-0 Kled goes down. He may kill 1 or 2 people, but he dies. That's huge gold.
I don't
on
think
anyone.
I don't think he's able to get a return kill. With that many members, all Vaycautious just gets hooked up, and then they're just gonna CC it up. He's gonna be able to body slam out, but no,
Nope.
the Crystal Arrow does connect, and that's gonna be a kill for Jake. Jake is
And
now
that's Baron.
unstoppable. Yeah, 232 stacks on a Heartsteel, pretty solid.
Dude, all he's doing is walking around and slapping people. I'd be angry, or I'd be angry if it wasn't higher, or if I'm sorry, if it was lower, I should say. All he's done.
Oh.
He's got
Well,
16
yeah.
KP.
This is most likely gonna be uncontested. I honestly think it'd just been worth it for T-Wayne just to try to walk up alt something and just try to go for the smite steal.
Absolutely. No, that is that's 100% the play. When you're this far down, you're an 0-6 more jungle. Let's be real, you're not adding a whole lot of value to the game anyway, but if you steal that Baron, you keep the game going for just a little
He
bit
actually
longer.
does have 2 items now, so
Yeah, he does that.
theoretically,
Now he
like,
bought the Rylai's.
he's gonna be decently strong in a 1. But he
Depends.
needs to pick his fights very carefully. He cannot kill. He's.
I don't think he
Oh,
kills
guys,
anyone
just-
1v1, actually. I think even the Ashe will kill him. Maybe the Thresh, right?
No, I think he beats. Ashe, and that's gonna be a good pull by Kumi. Kumi's now gonna pop the ultimate, and it's just gonna be a big fight. That's gonna be a shutdown onto
this is-
Lambo. And the TP does come on. Toddy does join, and we do see
This
a
is
lot
a
of these
long
health bars
fight.
getting very
There we go.
low, and eventually it's gonna finally be in the favor of Kittens.
Boy. Yeah,
It was a long fight.
That
and
was a
Toddy
long
actually
fight.
tried to go in for the kill.
I can't blame him. He's vibing
Yeah,
right
he'll be
now.
fine.
He is powered off of Red Bull and vibes right now. He's not fully awake anymore.
2-3 turret in the top side will go down. They're actually looking for a potential play, but I don't think they can. Swedish Pancakes is getting pretty strong as they did get the shutdown, I believe, on their Ashe. And they want to keep chasing, but I don't think that's the play.
No, it's not.
Elder Dragon is going to be on the table in 55 seconds.
Mord will. I don't know if Mord will have ult by the time Elder Dragon comes up, since I can't see the specific timer on it. But it's looked like it's getting to about 2/3 of the way there. It may be up by the time Elder Dragon spawns, and that's going to be a powerful.
Yeah, this 100% has to be a flip. If they start it, like Mord has to try to steal it. If Mord steals it, then the game is playable.
Yeah, the game is 100% playable. They can win that fight at that point. Because we just saw they can get them low enough to cross the execute threshold. With all 5 of them there.
T-Wayne is level 14 right now, so a little bit behind Jake, but they're gonna be strong enough. Oh, Jake does go in.
There we
The
go.
impale it might come out. Actually, there it is. 3
God, there it is.
man impale into the Swain ultimate, and it's gonna be a lot of damage. Jake is actually getting taken very low. Jake will go down to T-Wayne.
Jake got
That's a
shut down.
1k gold shutdown.
See, Mord can
And
kill
it'll be a
someone.
return kill, but the shutdown does finish him off, and then we do get a Toddy in the back side, actually just taking down Swedish Pancakes, and Vay on top of that as a triple kill for Lambo, who had a pretty poor last couple games, but now is just going crazy out of the 11-2 Ashe, and I think they just want to end the game. They want to go to bed.
Yeah, I think they end the game here with Baron and the wave up. I think we will be crowning Kittens, staving off the reverse sweep. They just wanted to make things interesting for us.
Yeah,
Ollie,
and
please improve my
That's
overtime.
gonna be it, as they're just gonna rip through first tower. They're just gonna try to get this last kill just to put. Yep, there it is. They get Oath, who has been a very good sub today, as they were able to bring it back to a game 5, but it's not enough, as the Yasuo pick just came up a little bit short, and that's gonna be the champion's crown. It's gonna be the Kittens. What a
All right.
fantastic series, even though it got dragged on for way too goddamn long.
Do I go grab? What do you say we go collect someone for a quick interview?
yeah, let's throw this to a quick break, and when we come back, we'll interview some random person on Kittens.
Do you believe you can fly? Do you believe you have a pure spirit? Only those who have a pure spirit can
Okay, we were
Sorry,
just
we were talking
practicing.
about how dog shit Jake was.
Yeah, this guy's an animal, a certified monkey, if you will.
True.
I remember
All
him
right,
from the
so
Dead Vision
back
days.
to the first question.
That
Actually,
was my
second
very first
question.
team.
All right, tell us about your ADC and why were they playing so poorly game 3 and 4?
Okay, so my ADC is a firefighter, so they work 24-hour shifts. So he's only had 5 hours of sleep in the last 48 hours, and then he hops on and still gives us his 100% commitment for these finals. So I don't hold any flack for him at all because he played like a
So-
monster in the last playoff series, and he played like a monster this regular season. So shout out to him for being my first pick.
What was your excuse then?
Ooh, my
shit.
excuse?
That's a great question.
I think it's because Mercury's in retrograde, so like my star signs were all messed up game 3 and 4. Now the real
I
answer
don't know.
is
That Lilia gameplay was like I don't know what you're doing.
actually I
there are
wasn't
some
playing
times.
Lilia. I was just spectating on Lilia at that point. I was just taking my camps, watching my team run it down.
I don't know. I think you ran it down pretty
Oh,
heavily.
Watching your team run it down. Were you having an out of body experience? Were we watching the same the same game?
Yeah, I was watching. Yeah, we were watching the same game. Yeah. When I say my team, I mean me too. Come on, guys, I'm part of the team.
Uh-huh.
Giggle, you
That's how it
played
always
pretty
comes
well.
off.
I think. What was your favorite game out of all 5?
Probably the last one. I mean, it
Good
was
answer.
we all saw game 3 and game 4, and we had a pretty low point after game 4. I left, took a shower real quick, reset myself, and then I came back and I said, "Guys, I'm playing Thresh no matter what." And then we played it, and
Did
it
you
went
just
really
like
well.
take a shower and you're just soaking wet, just sitting at your chair?
No, no, it was more like, drench my head under the water, reset myself, and then,
Ah,
it turned
gotcha.
out well.
Smart. My favorite game. It's a great question. I don't even remember the first 2 games. Feels like a year ago. Yeah, my favorite game is probably Game 5, just because my team really pulled it together. My team really pulled together. I'm so happy about them.
Yeah, I know
That's
you
good. I
guys.
mean,
It takes a lot of mental, especially after the way that series went. It takes a lot of mental to pull yourself together to defend the reverse. There is no worse feeling in the world, I'd say, than getting reverse
Yeah.
swept.
You guys want to hear something? Is last week in a different draft league, I just got reverse swept. So when we got to Game 5, I'm not gonna lie, I locked in big time. I'm not getting reverse swept 2 weeks in a row. I would have quit league forever.
there was
That screenshot did get put in banter, by the way.
Okay, I told him to screenshot it.
there was one person that actually lost like 3 best of 5s into game 5 in the same week, and it was like the worst week ever for them.
Oh my god, have you checked in on them?
They're still
Are they
there.
doing okay? Okay, good.
They're still there. It was close though. That's the kind of I'm gonna delete my Discord and go touch grass for several years type of anger. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that's put the computer outside. I'm done with it for now.
I'm washing my PC. I'm sick of it.
Well,
do you
now
guys have
I'm
any-
100% win rate in Ruby, so I've never lost a split in Ruby.
This your
time to go to
second one?
Sapphire?
This is my second one. Yeah, I took a break season 2, so I might have to go up to Sapphire. I think it might be time. I think I might be
Hey.
in Ruby a little too long.
Listen to me now. You are now a Sapphire captain. No,
Thank you.
but-
Thank you.
Do you guys have any closing thoughts? It is getting late. People do have to work tomorrow. They can't just play League of Legends forever.
Giggle?
Besides
Should've picked,
Lambo, I don't think he has to work.
Yeah,
so.
we should have picked Thresh game 3.
And 4.
just you guys should have just not trolled the game.
Oh,
yeah,
final. Go ahead.
No. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. Go.
No, I was gonna say final shout out to T Wayne for coming in last second, and he really put on a good performance on the
Yeah.
Shyvana, and
Yeah, you
what was
got
the champion?
you got Jungle Gap game 3 and 4.
Hard. I don't know about the Karthus. I play pretty well on the Karthus, but yes.
Okay, you pressed R in your jungle. Fantastic. Congratulations.
Yeah,
we do
Karthus
need-
diff.
T-Wayne does
True.
need the credit. He came in on short notice and absolutely locked the fuck in. I don't
Yeah.
think like with
I think
great
he played
respect.
better than what the starting jungler would have played. So I think he was a great jungler.
Damn.
So
With-
I did have one question about your Karthus build. It's a little
you're talking to the top 50 Karthus NA right now? Is that the Karthus build you're talking
Yeah.
about right now?
yeah.
Of
and
course
I know
you
it's
would know
more
that.
preference on what people like to go between like Dark Harvest and First Strike. Why do you choose to go to First Strike?
Okay, so let's look at the Dark Harvest tree versus the First Strike tree. So I go cash back. So
Gotcha.
my build's extremely accelerated, and then you go the triple tonic, which gives you an extra point to E at level 11. So I get my E max out faster. So like Dark Harvest is a champion that is gonna scale anyways. And Dark Harvest, sorry guys, I'm tired. Karthus is a champion that's gonna scale anyways. So First Strike is just one of those things that guarantees that no matter how bad the game goes, I'm still gonna have this curve of acceleration to make sure that I'm still staying on pace for my game. Because if I took Dark Harvest that game, I would have been like so useless. I would have been so behind. Whereas that game, I did have 2 items over enemy jungler because of how efficient my build was. So that's the reason.
Gotcha.
No, you definitely I'll put it to you this way: the question was never really focused on jungle at any point during the series of whether or not you were making mistakes or if like you were doing questionable stuff with characters. So I hope you take that in comfort as well.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, I question
Yeah,
it.
you can. You know what, man? You're 0 for 3 against me tonight in terms of when we had to talk stuff out. So I don't want to hear it from
Yeah.
you. But no, like I said, congratulations. Very hard fought series. And you guys did what a lot of teams can't especially in a league that is kind of a lot less serious than the pre-mades. A lot of teams would have fallen to the mental gap 3 and 4. Good job on.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Giggle, do you have any closing statements?
Talking to me? No.
No, Giggle.
No.
I did it for Lizzo.
Fantastic. Anyway, that will be it for the stream. Congrats again for the Ruby Season 3 Draft Champions. And, tune in tomorrow for Emerald. That we are out.
I'm not casting.